ముందు కాస్త నువ్వే కనిపించదు స్క్రీన్లో సార్. చేసుకుంటాం మాట.
Speaker. We are honored to have with us a distinguished academician, researcher who has made significant contributions to the field of mobile computing and wireless technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Saibaki Udgata sir. He is currently serving as a professor in School of Computer and Information Sciences at the University of Hyderabad. He has also served as the director for the Center for Modeling, Simulation and Design. He holds a master's degree and a PhD in computer science in the area of mobile computing and wireless communication. He has also been a United Nations Fellow at the UNU, IIST, Macau, and a visiting fellow at the Ball State University, USA, along with academic visits to Nepal and Thailand. Today, he'll be delivering his keynote address on Wise Home, that is, Wi-Fi sensing enabled smart home applications. Sir, we are truly honored by your presence. The stage is all yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the nice introduction, and thank you, Professor Patwalaya and the Gokaraju team for having me here. It's always a pleasure to come to colleges, interact with the students. You know, I always tell what is the beauty of becoming a teacher or a professor for that matter is that you never feel old actually. Because my workplace is full of young people like you, and you only feel old when you meet your old students. Oh, that guy has become so old, so I must be very old actually. So this energy comes from, you derive energy from your people around you this way. So, yeah. So I was telling that I feel good, I feel happy, I feel energetic when I come to colleges like this and see very young people full of energy, willing to learn. And, I always tell that to my son and daughter and my cousins and all that, that we should have born some 20, 30 years after actually, I mean, at your age actually. So it's a wonderful era, to be honest, actually, it's a wonderful era to be. If you go back 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, etc., things were quite different. My daughter, my daughter is not able to believe that how we studied without Google or without ChatGPT for that matter now. So he says, when you studied, there was no internet. I said no. When you studied, there was no Google. I said no. Then the natural question is, okay, how did you study? Right? So that's the era that we studied, and this is the era that we are now. The world is moving at a very faster pace actually, right? Things are changing, technology is changing, and then this, the whole idea of study the whole idea of research, the whole idea of living has been changing actually. At one point of time, this wow effect is gone now. What is wow effect? Wow effect is that people don't get surprised. If you say that, look, I am doing this, oh, this is natural. This has happened, oh, that is also natural. If I tell that, look, I have some technology, they say, okay, what is great about it, right? So, because the expectations of the people have quite increased, and the scientists, the engineers, etc., now they're struggling to meet the expectations, to meet the demands actually. Earlier, now the research and the technology is on demand. People demand. Why can't you deliver this? Why can't you deliver that, etc.? So some of these things are changing, and we are trying to keep pace with it, try to run with it, and see that what best we can do. So when Professor Padala asked me that you should come and give a talk on this wireless sensor network, etc., of course, that's what we do every day. But I thought, what should I tell and how do I tell and other things? Then I thought that we have been working on a project for last 3-4 years. And I'm trying to share the experience with you. And let's see how it goes. So, can you help me? Oh, good. So some 4-5 years back actually, it's almost during COVID period, we have started thinking that okay, we have done some research, some work on sensor networks, IoT, etc. What next? What is that new thing that we can do? So initially we thought that in the meantime, right, we are all at home, nowhere to go. So I used to watch some YouTube videos. So YouTube videos and all that. So I came up with a title called Sensing Without Sensors. I repeat what I said. I said it is sensing without sensors. So there was a professor called Professor Ray Lee who works in Stanford University. Microsoft Research Group had invited him to deliver a talk. So that was almost a 1-hour talk. You can also watch it there in YouTube. You can also watch that. So the title of the talk was Sensing Without Sensors. So I got little curiosity and thought, okay, what is that? Let me watch it actually. So I watched the complete video, watched it again and again, and we thought we will also start working on it actually. So this, since then, this work, we got some funding almost close to 1.9 crores of rupees, and then we worked on it, etc. So this talk is about a summary of all that we have done after I read that paper, Sensing Without Sensors. Why I said this story that don't shy away from reading, right? Don't shy away from listening actually. One of my senior teachers, now he's no more. When I started my career, he was my head of the department. He told me once that, you don't talk much, you listen. When you listen, you learn. When you talk, you only repeat what you know. But when you listen, there is a chance that you learn something new. So then you have to study, you have to listen, then you get some ideas. And these days it is actually easy. If it spikes your neurons, if it excites you, go back, browse, ask ChatGPT, ask Gemini, ask Google. It will give you some more references that will excite you. So this talk is mainly meant for that actually, trying to tell you that what is going on in this particular area, and then you think what else you can do. So this is a project which we call as a Wise Home. Wise Home is a kind of a smart home. So smart home, everybody knows, which is sensor based and other things. Wise Home, I think we called it as a wise home, but there is nothing wise about it actually. The wise is actually Wi-Fi sensing enabled home. So Wi-Fi sensing, I'll go through that very, very quickly. Wi-Fi sensing, anybody heard about this term? What is Wi-Fi sensing? Oh, if not, it's good for me. So Wi-Fi sensing is basically how do I use Wi-Fi signals? Everybody knows what is Wi-Fi, right? How do I use Wi-Fi signals for sensing? So I will not use traditional sensors like temperature, humidity, blood pressure, diabetes, the blood sugar sensor, blood pressure sensor, humidity sensor, temperature sensor, light sensor, etc., etc. What I will be using that I will use one particular sensor. This is also known as general purpose sensing. One sensing technology which will sense many applications, which will sense temperature, which will sense humidity, which will sense pressure, which will sense your heartbeat. So many things can be done. So this technology, actually, it started as a sensing without sensors, but it is not actually without sensor. What is a sensor? Which can sense the sensor. But what I mean here is that is sensing without traditional sensors. So like without a temperature sensor, you should be able to sense temperature. Without a humidity sensor, you should be able to sense humidity. Without a pressure sensor, you should be able to sense pressure. If you can do that, we call it as sensing without sensor or sensing without traditional sensors. So what we try to do in this is that how do I leverage on Wi-Fi signals to sense different type of physical parameters. So this is one article that was published in 2022. If you look at it, look at the last line. In February 2022, it's almost 4 years now. Electronic Design, which is published in Singapore, it's a very famous magazine. It published an article that the Wi-Fi sensing is the next big wireless movement. So we know wireless communication, we know wireless technology, etc. But Wi-Fi sensing will be the next big wireless movement. That was the prediction by Electronic Design. This is the magazine actually that is published in Singapore. Then this is what is Wi-Fi sensing is basically sensing using Wi-Fi signals. This is what I started saying that Professor Ray Liu, who works in, right now he has his own company, but he worked in Stanford University, and it is his quote, Wi-Fi sensing will be everywhere and will become a fundamental technology for everyday lives in future. That's what he says. And he says that it is sensing without sensor, but I say that this is sensing without traditional sensors. Now, this is one slide where you say that how this sensing is quite different from our traditional sensing. Traditional sensing sensors are like my accelerometer sensor, my camera sensor, my gyroscope sensor. So these are all sensors which are available actually. Now, what are the problems with them? What are the advantages or what are the situations which is already there? We have smart watches, we have Fitbits, we have Apple Watch. So all these things have fitted with these kind of sensors and they do a good job. I'm not saying they are not doing a good job. But what are the challenges actually? One, it is not very convenient. It's not convenient in the sense that suppose I have to monitor my heartbeat or something like that. I mean, it's not convenient for me to have body sensors attached to my body and move around places and other things. Many times, I mean, you have to put sensors in your body, etc. It's not always convenient. The other part is that it is acceptability. I have around 1 hour capability. So, acceptability. I'll tell you, I'll share a small story actually. We are working on a project with IIT Bhubaneswar. So the project was all about to monitor the movement of the baby in the mother's womb. So when the baby is in the mother's womb, the baby moves and how the baby moves, if the baby movement is normal, the baby is supposed to be normal. So the doctors used to monitor the movement of the baby inside the mother's womb. But the mother will not go to the hospital every time. Right? They go once in a month or twice in a month or maybe once in 2 months or 3 months, etc. So for some critical mothers, for some critical applications, the movement of the baby need to be monitored 24/7. Now, how do you do it? So we wrote a project and then we have to design a belt, a kind of a white belt, which the mother has to wear. And in the belt, there are some pressure sensors. So when the baby moves, the pressure point changes. You put it on the screen, see that how the pressure point changes, and that is how the baby moves inside the body. Technology-wise, it's not a big thing because you just put some pressure sensors, connect them, and then get a screen and display it. It's like an ultrasound thing. So we developed it, everything was done. But the challenge is that the acceptability. When we went to the expecting mother and wanted her to wear this belt, etc., they refused to wear, saying that it is an electronic device, it might affect my baby. So many things are there. So many people do not accept it. I just gave an example of how to use body sensors, etc., but it's not always good. Affordability, many times they are very costly. I mean, it's not always possible to afford them actually. Availability, as I told you, we started this work during COVID period. Nothing was available then. You can't get any sensor. The Taiwan market is closed, China market is closed, and we don't manufacture anything here in India at that point of time. So availability was also a challenge. And most importantly, the last line which I want to say that is privacy. If you put a camera, you can always do that. You can monitor people movement, you can monitor all these things. But I don't like a camera in my drawing room or a bedroom. I cannot have a camera in my restroom. But there are challenges that we have to monitor people in the restroom. In fact, the first project what we did is that to detect falling down, to detect fall in a restroom. Because that's a major challenge in for senior citizens, etc., that they fall down in the restroom, and by the time you detect that they fall down, the damage is done. So one of the challenges that is, how do I detect that somebody has fallen down in the restroom? You cannot have a camera there. Somebody will not go to the restroom with all the sensors in the body, etc. So these are the challenges, and that we try to address. So the privacy concern is that the camera is a privacy concern, and can you think of an alternate technology to camera? So the challenge here is that how do I develop a technology which is available, which is acceptable, and which is also affordable? So that was the challenge actually. So I'll just tell you, you can read this, but just listen to me. That's much better. What is Wi-Fi sensing actually? What is the theory behind it, or what is the technology behind it actually? Wi-Fi signals are radio frequency signals, RF signals. RF signals are electromagnetic waves. So this is basic physics actually. So every signal is a wave. So RF signal is also a wave, but they are electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic wave propagation, the characteristics of electromagnetic wave propagation changes when the propagation medium characteristics changes. What is propagation medium? Air is the medium. If in the air, if gas is there, there is another medium. So every medium in physics, there is a property called dielectric constant. I mean, most of you might be knowing what is dielectric constant. So dielectric constant of water, dielectric constant of oil, dielectric constant of air. So every material, including gases, etc., there is a dielectric constant. Now, when the dielectric constant changes in the medium, the propagation characteristics of the electromagnetic waves changes. That is one. The second part is that when the waves come from that side and go to this side, if I am in between, then my body will absorb it, my body will reflect it, my body will scatter it. So the wave characteristics changes because of these two reasons. If the medium changes, or if there are some persons with which the reflection, scattering, refraction, etc. happen, that is why it changes. This is point number one. Point number two is that every signal has three characteristics. It has an amplitude, it has a phase, frequency, and a phase. So amplitude, frequency, and phase. For example, all Wi-Fi signals are now 2.4 gigahertz. So 2.4 gigahertz is the frequency. There are dual frequency bands where we also use 5 gigahertz. So 2.0 gigahertz is the frequency, 5 gigahertz is the frequency. There is an amplitude. Amplitude is basically the power, right? How much power you get. And there is a phase, how the angle of the wave is. So these are the three characteristics of any wave: amplitude, phase, and frequency. Now, and plus there is some noise. It is always noisy there in the middle. So when the wave travel from the transmitter to the receiver, because Wi-Fi is the standard, I know the characteristics of the signal that gets transmitted. Now when I receive it, the characteristics of the signal changes. What are the characteristics of the signal? Amplitude, phase, and frequency. So these characteristics of the signal will change depending on the characteristics of the medium. So the medium characteristics changes. For example, if the temperature changes, there will be a change in the receiver characteristics. Humidity changes, there will be a change. Some person moves in between the medium, there is a change. So there has to be a change if anything happens in the transmission medium while the wave getting transmitted from the transmitter to the receiver. Now look here, I'm not talking about the data. I'm not worried about the data. I'm not worried about the password. I'm not worried about the accessibility. I'm only looking at the physical layer, that is the wave. Now, what we do here is that in this particular technology, Wi-Fi technology, we receive the signal, we characterize the signal to know what is the amplitude, what is the phase, what is the frequency, etc. Find out what changes have happened compared to the transmitter side. And those changes, we try to level it as what is that activity. Now, I repeat again. Transmitter signal comes, receiver signal, let's say my laptop is my receiver, transmitter is there, receiver, the transmitter, the signal comes to my laptop, somebody gets up and runs out. I will see a change in my laptop, that the signal characteristic changes. The moment I see a change, I do this experiment for 100 times. I will ask somebody to get up and run. Now you do it 100 times, level the data, then train it. So you train it, test it, all these things, your system is ready. And now what I do, if somebody gets up and runs, I look at this signal and say that somebody has got up and running around. I don't have a camera. That person doesn't have a Fitbit or Apple Watch, nothing. It's a non-cooperative device-free Wi-Fi sensing. So that's the thing. So if you look at, and I'll tell you the last line also. The one important thing about this is that you can sense, because the Wi-Fi signals are not, doesn't require line of sight. It can penetrate through walls, right? So if I have a transmitter on the other side of the wall also, I get signal too. So the signals can penetrate through the walls. So when the signal penetrates through the walls and come here, if the transmitter is here, the signal will go outside the wall also. So this is also, so what I'm trying to say here is that I can also figure out what is happening inside this room without being inside it. I can look at inside the room from outside the room. This we call it the through wall sensing. Through wall sensing. That means you can see through the wall, or you can sense through the wall what is the temperature of this particular room, what is the humidity of this particular room, how many people are there in this particular room, how many means not exactly number in terms of tens, in terms of 20s, in terms of single digit number, etc. Whether there are some 3-4 people or there are some 30-40 people, that you can figure out. So this way, this is also called a through wall sensing. Now, these are the things. It can penetrate through the walls, so I don't need a line of sight. It doesn't require lighting condition, because basically I'm talking about wave, so I don't need a light. I don't need any day, night, etc. doesn't affect. This dust, etc. doesn't affect. The, the walls, etc. do not affect, but the other effects will be there. Noise effects, etc. will be there. So this is basically the technology. Now, there is because depending on the time, how much I have, so I have prepared a small video. Whatever I've spoke so far, I have prepared a small video. This video is actually AI generated. AI generated in the sense that it is not generated by AI. You get the text, what I'm saying. I get the text, it generated a video. It's almost for 5 minutes. So just look at this video and then we'll forward. But HTML should work, right? Okay, so while we set it up, so this video, as I told you, it's an AI generated video, but AI generated video in the sense that I have given the text what I want. It created some kind of a video. You can also try that. Some of my students told that let us remove this watermark. But I said, why to remove this watermark? Let it be there. I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, let us explore the Wi-Fi based sensing. Today, we're going into the world of Wi-Fi. We're going beyond just connecting to the internet, we're going deep into the signals themselves. You see, these signals carry secret messages hidden within their waves, messages that tell about the environment they travel through. It's like each signal leaves behind invisible footprints, and by learning to read them, we can unlock many possibilities. We're talking about something called channel state information, or CSI for short. Imagine being able to see through walls, which is also known as through wall sensing, using only Wi-Fi signals, or knowing if someone fell in the other room just by analyzing how the Wi-Fi signal changed. Researchers and engineers are using CSI to develop technologies that are changing the way we live, work, and interact with the world around us. From smart homes that anticipate our needs to healthcare systems that monitor our well-being, CSI is at the forefront of a technological revolution. We'll break down complex concepts into bite-sized pieces, making them easy to understand.
Before we can uncover the secrets of CSI, let's discuss the basics of Wi-Fi. Imagine a pebble tossed into a pond. What happens is the ripple's Wi-Fi works in a similar way, but instead of water, it uses electromagnetic waves to carry information. These waves, invisible to our eyes, travel through the air from your router to your devices. carrying data packets that allow you to browse the web, stream videos, and connect with friends. It's like an invisible highway for information, constantly buzzing with activity. As these Wi-Fi signals travel, they don't just travel in a straight line. They encounter obstacles, bounce off walls, and get absorbed by objects. All of this affects the signal's strength, phase, and even the time it takes to reach its destination. Here's where CSI comes into play. Technically speaking, CSI measures how the amplitude and phase of the Wi-Fi signal change over time as it travels from the transmitter to the receiver. It's like having X-ray vision for your Wi-Fi. This information is valuable and opens up possibilities for various applications. Imagine being able to track movement in a room without cameras, just by analyzing how the Wi-Fi signal changes as someone walks around. How do we actually measure these intricate details of a Wi-Fi signal? We see smartphones, laptops, and even our Wi-Fi router are equipped with special antennas and chips that can capture and analyze CSI information. These devices don't just receive the Wi-Fi signal, they examine it closely. They measure the time it takes for the signal to travel from the router to the device, the signal's strength, and how its phase has shifted along the way. Every time our device sends or receives data over Wi-Fi, it's also gathering valuable CSI information in the background. This extracted CSI information is then processed using deep learning and machine learning algorithms. This data can then be used for a wide range of applications, making our lives easier, safer, and more connected. Now let's talk about how can we actually do with CSI. Let us look at a few exciting examples. Imagine a smart home that can see without cameras. With Wi-Fi sensing, your home can detect your presence, track your movements, and even recognize your activities, all by analyzing how you interact with the Wi-Fi signals. It's not just about convenience. Wi-Fi sensing can also enhance safety and security. Imagine a home security system that can differentiate between family members and intruders based on their gait, all thanks to the unique way they disrupt the Wi-Fi signals. Beyond smart homes, CSI has the potential to revolutionize healthcare. Doctors and researchers are exploring ways to use Wi-Fi sensing to monitor patients remotely, detect falls, and even diagnose sleep disorders, all without intrusive sensors or wearable devices. One of the aspects of Wi-Fi sensing technology is its non-intrusive nature. Unlike cameras or microphones, which raise privacy concerns, CSI doesn't capture personal images or audio. It simply analyzes the characteristics of Wi-Fi signals, which are already present in our homes and workplaces. This makes Wi-Fi sensing an ideal solution for applications where privacy is paramount, such as healthcare monitoring or home security. People can enjoy the benefits of these technologies without feeling like their personal space is being invaded. Moreover, Wi-Fi sensing leverages existing Wi-Fi infrastructure, making it extremely cost-effective. There's no need for expensive sensors, complex wiring, or specialized equipment. All you need is a device with Wi-Fi capabilities, which most of us already own. This affordability opens up many possibilities, particularly in developing countries where access to technology might be limited. Wi-Fi sensing can empower communities with innovative solutions for healthcare, education, and environmental monitoring.
Good. So I think this video makes sense actually what we have done, what we are going to do and all that. So this is what, so then we come back to little bit of basics. I said that in the video also you had a term called channel state information. It's known as CSI. CSI is also known for Computer Society of India. Forget that for this moment. So it is channel state information. What is channel state information? Channel state information is that how do I get what changes has happened to that particular channel or that particular sub-period when the transmission is happening, right? When the signal comes from the transmitter to the receiver, some changes happen. That changes characteristics is known as the channel state information. How do I get it? People in signal processing and wireless communication, etc., people use a technique called channel estimation technology. So what is channel estimation? Just to figure out that you estimate what changes happened during the transmission process. That's the channel estimation. I'll not go into the details of that because that itself is a separate topic altogether. Now look at what happens here actually. If you look at this, this is actually, okay, before I go there, let me tell you something more. There are 64 parallel channels. For example, when a packet is getting transmitted, 64 bits are getting transmitted in parallel. How? 2.4 gigahertz, this is the frequency, that is the center frequency, 2.42, 2.44, 2.46 on the right side, 2.38, 2.36, 2.34, etc. on the left side. So there are 32 plus 32, 64 channels are there, and every bit will be transmitted through those 64 carriers. So every time, 64 bits can be transmitted in parallel. So when a packet comes, it gets divided into 64 and then you get it. You measure for 1 second, you get around 1000 packets. That's the speed. So you get around 1000 packets. So each packet comes in 64 parallel lines. So you get 1000 into 64 channel state information. Each channel state information is a complex number. Now that complex number consisting of amplitude plus pitch. So amplitude is the real part is the amplitude, the imaginary part is the phase. So I have amplitude, I have phase. So now I have 1000 into 64 into 2 number of real numbers per second. If I measure it for 10 seconds, I get 10,000 into 64 into 2. That is the data. Now this is single antenna, but you see many of our wireless routers have 3 antenna. So if I have a 3 antenna transmitter, 3 antenna receiver, so I have 1000 into 3 into 3 into 64 into 2 per second. So I get this much of data. Now this data is so granular, right? It is so granular, it is so fast that you get a lot of information in that. So look at this actually, 1000 into 3 into 3 into 64 into that many real numbers you get per second, and you can get that data. Any small changes, I repeat, small changes in the sense, this change is also recorded. So when I breathe, my heartbeat is also getting recorded. So if my heartbeat is, let's say, 70 beats per second, I will get peak. I'll show you that graph also. I will get peak 70 peaks. So that is the level of granularity that you get within the channel state information. So if you look at this, I just plotted the channel state information. This is a real plot actually. You see there is some kind of a pattern. Here is a pattern. Here is a pattern. In a no activity, nothing zone, actually it should be kind of a straight line. But the moment something happens, you raise your hand, you find some pattern there. So these are some patterns actually. This is a pattern. This is a pattern. This is another pattern. This is another pattern. So the moment you see some kind of a pattern, that points to some activity or some changes in the environment. So this you have to capture it and then put it there too. So this is what I'm trying to tell you about the channel state information. That's how it does. When you speak, actually, when we started this work, there was no standard. But the IEEE people have realized that there is a potential. Now there is a standard called IEEE 802.11BF. You might be knowing about A, C, D, and etc. Now it is BF. The IEEE 802.11BF talks about channel state information. Now, I mean, subsequently, when you get a access point, etc., there will be a port which will extract the channel state information. Right? Earlier it was not there. Now, slowly and slowly it will come. There are two types of sensing. One sensing is called active sensing, and another sensing is called passive sensing. What is passive sensing? There is a router there. I come with my laptop, open it, sit in a corner, start monitoring. You don't have to do anything. I'll just go to a railway station or in an airport, etc. Just sit in a corner and start monitoring what is happening. Active sensing is that you take your transmitter, you take your receiver, transmit a signal, get the received signal, analyze it. So that's called active sensing. You control the transmitter, you control the receiver. This is, I mean, a small snapshot of how the data looks like. So this is, I mean, as I told you, right, 1000 into 3 into 3 into 64 into 2. So this looks like this actually. It's a big table. The yellow ones are the pilot signals. So I use the yellow data because these are the original. So based on that, I estimate the channel, what are the other two. Okay. Now this is a slide where we say we actually plot the actual signal characteristics. If you look at this, look at the pictures actually. We plot the amplitude of each subcarrier, 64 of them. You see there is one pattern there is another pattern here, there is another pattern here, there is another pattern here. Each one corresponds to some different activity. So that even I can visualize that there is some activity difference. I will come back to this little later. What is the normal flow chart of a Wi-Fi sensing? You have this set. It's not working. Anyway, leave it. So look at the left-hand side. So there is a transmitter here, and there are some human beings, there are some furnitures, there are some receivers, etc. So my raw input is the channel state information. That's called the CSI. So CSI talks about amplitude plus range. Now you get that, you have to do some kind of a signal processing. People who are then in electronics, communication, etc., they should be able to help you. I am little lucky that I have a colleague who works on digital signal processing in the electronics department. He is a collaborator for me actually. So we try to transform the knowledge. If you know about Fourier transform and all these Fourier transform, etc., we have to do all these things. So there is no escape from the fundamentals actually. You can't say that I will work on this technology without knowing data structure, without knowing Fourier transform, without knowing operating system. That doesn't help. Without knowing network, that doesn't help. You have to have some fundamental knowledge and then you can come to them. So in the signal processing, I try to extract, clean the noise, do the transformation, then extract the CSI news. Once you get that, then you talk about modeling, right? Machine learning models, etc., algorithmic modeling, hybrid learning modeling, etc., etc. Then what are the applications? Now look at this. This is very interesting part of that. See, suppose I have a transmitter here, I have a laptop here in my home, etc., and in the daytime nobody is there. So most of the time there is no activity, nothing happens. So allow the things to just go like that. You don't have to store them. You just flush it out the data. The moment you detect that something has happened, first thing is that detection. Imagine that this is very fast, too much of data. I can't handle it actually. So first, if I detect something, then I try to recognize what is that event. For example, first I detect that there is something happened. Then I want to recognize whether it is a fall event, whether somebody is walking, whether somebody is jumping, whether somebody is waving his hand, etc. Once you do that, then you have to do some kind of an estimation. What is this estimation? If I say there is a fire, if there is a fire, suppose you get that there is some change in the environment, then you try to see that what is that change, right? Temperature has changed. Then I try to estimate what value the temperature has changed. 5 degrees, 3 degrees, 2 degrees, etc. This is another probably 25-second video or 15-second video, where that was a AI generated video. This video is that what we did in the lab. There is a student who sits in my lab, which is not in my office is separate, my lab is separate. So he sits in the lab. I sit in my office with my laptop here. So this is my laptop. The student will do some activity and just look at this actually. This is the data that I get in and see how activity, how it changes actually. See, he raised his hand. Look at the changes. He just waved the hand. Look at the changes. He just said, go to next. Every small activity it does, there is a pattern that comes back to my laptop actually. So if I can capture it, train it, test it, deploy it, that's it. So I can know without going to the lab what is happening, who is doing what, and using this particular. So then let me come. So this is basically the fundamentals of the technology that we have done. Then we'll discuss some projects that we have done. One project which I thought here, discuss about here is that this voice home technology. Voice home is nothing but Wi-Fi sensing enabled home. This you don't have to worry. You don't read too much about it. The basic genesis that people fall in the restrooms. There are some old age homes, etc., where people talk, sit down. There is nobody to monitor. So how do you monitor them actually? So this, okay, I'll come to this part. So what we do, we did some small experiments actually. Look at this actually. If the access point is here, there are receivers here, there are some walls, etc. So the signals gets reflected, signals gets all these things you get to the home. This side, on the right hand side, we conducted the experiment with some ESP32 devices, etc. They are access points, they are also receivers. In the upper figure, you see that both the access point and the receiver, they are outside the room. So suppose this is my restroom. So inside the restroom there is nothing. The access point as well as the receiving station, both are outside. In the second part, the access point is there within the restroom or the toilet, but the access point is outside the section. So what we do here, if you just see the result actually, that red column is where we detect the fall. So what was the experiment? The experiment that one student was there. In this case, the student fell down, got up, started walking. So you see this side. The student was there, he fell down and started walking. In the other side, the student was standing, fell down, got up, again fell down, again got up, little bit walk, again fell down. So the graph what you see is we have converted it actually. It's not directly like this actually. We did a lot of computation there. Just to tell you that, I'm trying to tell you that, look, it doesn't matter whether the access point and the transmitter is within the room or outside the room, etc. But still, we are able to detect fall up to an accuracy of almost 97 to 98%. If somebody falls in the restroom, there is nothing there. That guy is not wearing any sensors. There is no wearable sensors. There is no camera. There is nothing. But still, you are able to detect almost 95 to 97% accuracy. Whenever there is a fall, I see that there is a fall. So then what we thought, look, initially what we did, we collected the data, and then we took that pen drive data, etc., tried to, analyze it, etc., did some computation, etc., finally plotted some graphs, etc. That is what everybody did in all these papers you see. But we thought that, look, this is not enough. We have to do something on real time. The moment somebody falls down, I must get a WhatsApp or a SMS message that somebody has fallen down. So this should be done in a real-time activity. So if you have followed the IoT layer, etc., IoT layers are 3 layers actually, right? Cloud layer, edge layer, etc. This side is the IoT layer. Sensors, then the edge node, and then the cloud layer. Many people have done that actually. We changed that to a 2-layer architecture. So in the 1-layer architecture, in the 1 layer, there's only the collecting the CSI values. I tell you why. The device which collects the CSI values is too busy in CSI values only, because huge numbers. Data is coming like a tsunami. We can't do anything there. So there is one device which collects the data, and there is another device which does all these computation. So one device just collects the raw CSI data, and the other device, there is another device which say it receives, extracts the amplitude and the phase, removes the noise, visualizes the pattern, classifies it, and detects it. So if I look at this, and this is a simple model actually, I have one access point here. This is a receiver. The receive the data when the activity is going on. It just transfers the data to this one and it collects them. So this is how we try to do it in a real-time model. This is probably another 30-second video. How do I look at a real-time video, right? So I have it's a real-time sensor data visualization. The sensor data is the Wi-Fi data. Now look at this, the left-hand side figure will be, how do I get the data, that lot of data that is coming out. On the right-hand side, I have visualized a kind of a GIF image. What is that fellow doing in the lab or somewhere else? I should be able to know this actually. See, this is the data. I don't look at the left-hand side. This is the data that is coming in continuously. And look at this. Now the current activity is bending down. The moment he bends down, I see that there is a forward back. I see a visualization here actually. And then it becomes again standard. So there is no change in the data, it becomes again standard. So what is that I'm trying to do here? I'm getting the data, putting it in the real time. I see that what is that person is doing, the pipeline is there, get the data, do the filtering, noise cancellation, etc., get the CSI values, get the amplitude and phase, put the data into the machine learning model, see what is the output, and that output should be visualized. So that is what we have done. If you look at this again, see this. This person is now standing, nothing doing. Now there is a change in the signal, and I detected it's a forward back. In fact, we did this for, we presented this in Australia also. We did it for different type of yoga poses. When people are performing yoga, what yoga pose they are doing, sirsasana, this asana, etc. So without any camera, without any wearable devices, we are able to detect what kind of asana, yoga asana that person is performing. So these are all good for, so I told you, right, this 10,000 into 30 into 2 into 3 into 3, this is the data that is coming out. These are all macro activities, and to be honest, actually they are easy. Detecting falling down, detecting jumping, detecting running, etc., because they are all macro activities. But micro activities, for example, I write 7. I repeat, I write 7 here. The system should detect that I have written 7 in the air. Why this actually? Again, I told you, right? I started this work during COVID period. At that time, we don't want to touch the lift bottoms. People use toothpicks to use the left bottom. We thought that, can you do something? If there is a Wi-Fi transmitter and receiver, can I just write 7, 8, 6? The system should recognize it and take it to that particular flow. So that is what called the finger file. So we wanted to recognize gestures. Gestures, if I say go, without saying anything, without camera, the system should recognize that I'm telling you to go, right? So this was the idea. So what we did here, initially we thought that we will write some kind of a gesture signal. So what is that? Suppose you are watching a TV or you are playing a game, right? And one is that you use your remote, another is voice control. Now we thought that we will use Wi-Fi control. If I say stop, it should stop. If I say go to next, it should go to next. If I say increase the volume, it should increase the volume. Decrease the volume, decrease the volume. So these are the normal gestures actually. Stop, increase, change the value. But the challenge here was that we did all these things. There was one student who came to our lab to do some internship. She also tried, but it didn't work. Then I realized that she is using left hand. She is a lefty. So the right hand gestures are different from the left hand gestures actually. Then you realize that first you have to identify through Wi-Fi sensing whether the person is a lefty or a normal person. If he or she is a left-handed person, then it should train to different model. If it is a right-handed person, it should change to the different model. So this is for right hand, this is for left hand, and look at this. Now these are the, I think sometime back I showed you this plot. It shows that this person, figure 5, the CSI ratio, left hand decrease gesture, and B is right hand decrease gesture. So if the person is left-handed, the pattern is like this. If the person is right-handed, the person is like that. So you can see that the same gesture, but if it's a left hand and it's a right hand, they are completely different. Similarly for all other gestures actually. So we tried this technique, as I told you, we developed a small mobile application. The moment that person does some gesture, for example here, you given a sign to go. This person is saying like this, the mobile phone, real-time activity, all these things happen, and immediately I get on mobile phone that he is asking to go. Similarly, we try to do it, as I told you, 7, 8, 8. Suppose there are some, unfortunately, there are some pipes in my mouth, etc. And my son comes and asks me, what is your bank password? Now, I cannot tell, I cannot write. So maybe probably I can do some gesturing that A, B, C, etc. So we try to look at gestures are these type of gestures. Go to next, go away, all these things. There is another type of gesture too, we have to write in finger, right? So this is finger 5. Whatever you write in the finger, the system is able to recognize. We did all these things. If you look at this, if I write digits, the accuracy is almost 96 point something. If I write alphabets, it was little less. Alphanumeric, it becomes still better. Now we try to even I tell you, this is one interesting thing. If you write something, the way you write and the way I write is different. So we try to also recognize within my lab, we took 10 participants to figure out that you write A, he will also write A, you will also write A. Then I will try to, depending on how you write A, I can figure out who you are. Right? Because the way you write, the way I write are slightly different, and that slight difference can also be mapped actually. This is again the same mobile application. It says that you draw B. So when I write B, of course there are errors. Sometimes B is recognized as a D, sometimes X is recognized as a Y, but that error will be always there. That's what I'm saying. It's a 97% accurate, 96% accuracy. There was a lot of challenge when we tried to write 0 and O. They're absolutely similar, right? So what we did is that O we wrote clockwise, 0 we wrote anti-clockwise. So that's how we distinguish them actually. Then, okay, we try to look at suppose there is a in a home, we want to detect some activities, right? So somebody falls down. Now, somebody falls down means in my home, my son is there, my father is there, I am there, my wife is there. Falling down, if my son falls down, it's not a big thing. He'll fall down, he'll get up. But my father falls down, it's a challenge. So we try to identify that can we identify what activity has been done and with whom? If my father has fallen down, or my wife has fallen down, or my son has fallen down. Now I tell you a small thing. How do I do it actually? It's very difficult to distinguish between me and my brother. I told it very carefully. My son, me, and or my son, my wife, and my father, their body structure is completely different. But me and my brother, the body structure is almost similar. So you get a ghost image actually. When you scatter through the body actually, I get a ghost image. The ghost image is difficult to recognize if there are the images, the structure, body structure, the morphological structure is similar. But it can detect between my father and my son. So that is how we did it home actually. We tried to find out, say, you are walking, it's okay, I am not careful. If it's a critical activity and a critical person, if it is my father and fall down, I raise an alarm. Otherwise, it's a normal attack. So this also we did. This is another problem. It's all related to home only, right? In their home, people are living, they are falling down, what activity they are doing. This another activity we have done that how do I detect the activity of the activity in a home actually. So what we did actually, this is in fact in my lab actually, in the corridor we have these routers. And inside the lab you sit there in the lab. So you see that I get sometime here. You see that we get some signals here, and these signals will tell me what is that is happening. So we tried four different things. Somebody is trying to enter the room, entering the room, leaving the room, sneaking into the room. So somebody entered the room, I should know that somebody has entered into the room. Somebody is leaving the room, going out, I should know that somebody is going out of the room. Sneaking into the room, open the door, look inside and then go out, don't enter, and then move in front of the corridor.
Okay, na?
Look, if I have a system set up here, even if I'm not here, I will know that somebody entered this room, somebody left this room, somebody is moving around in the corridor, and somebody just opened the door, sneaked into and left. We tried this also, and if you look at this, the kind of accuracy that you get, around 90% accuracy that we are able to figure out that. So this we call it detecting suspicious activity or home safety kind of environment. This is another application which we've done that if I'm not there in my lab, if the two students are fighting between each other or they're just doing some good handshake, hello, hi, etc. So we tried to classify between violent activities and non-violent activities. In fact, one of the reviewers asked me, how do you know whether it's a violent activity or how do you define violent activity and non-violent activity? I said this is our own definition because even looking at you in a different way is also violent, right? So I cannot do that, but this is not that. We define violent activity as kicking, boxing, and doing something, pulling or pushing, etc. And non-violent activities are just like high five, handshake, and all these things. This also we have done, and I have asked the students because we are asked to ask the students. You can't reveal the identity of the students who are participating in the experiment, etc. So if you look at this, look at the patterns actually. Each pattern is completely different. This pattern says that so some of them are violent activities and some of them are non-violent activities. If you look at this, so this we kind of published in IEEE result and conference, Wi-Fi sensing enabled violent activity detection in a smartphone. So what you do is that this is kicking. So if somebody kicks other fellow, this types of graph is coming. This is, let me go back. This is just waving. This just you say hello. This is kind of a waving. So you see that the pattern for each type of activity is different, and then you can classify whether it's a violent or non-violent. There is another thing, if you look at this, there is another project, not a project actually, it's a kind of another experiment where you call it the healthcare effect. That is RF, not EF. RF stands for, as I told you, Wi-Fi is also a radio frequency signal. So what you do here, if you have a transmitter and have a receiver, somebody comes and sits here, you can monitor his heartbeat, you can monitor his respiration rate, right? So this can be done. I will show you some graphs there also. Even as I go back to again, because we started during COVID period, 2021, 22, etc. We thought that even if you have a wall, I don't want to see through directly. Even if I have a wall here, still I will monitor the heartbeat and respiration rate of a particular person. This has a particular application. I was presenting this work in Korea actually. So somebody told that, look, there is a possibility that if somebody comes, rings your doorbell, you can see through the camera, the peephole camera, and see who is that person. But this will help you to also know that what is his anxiety level, whether he is very stressed, whether he is trying to with some ill intention, etc. His heartbeat and respiration rates will be different. So you can design a box, go to the nearer to the door, put that and see the person's heartbeat and respiration rate, etc. Who is standing outside the door. That's also possible. You'll see that. There is another thing. I just will take another 5 minutes actually. There is another thing which is called, as I told you, right? This is also almost like an X-ray vision, right? You can have through that. How do I characterize a material? For example, you receive an Amazon packet, you have ordered for a mobile phone. Now inside the box, the mobile phone is there. Now I want to see whether there is a mobile phone or there is some kind of a store or some glass slab, etc. is there, or there is a mobile phone there. Now we try to look at this actually, look at this part. There is a box here. There is a transmitter here. There are two receivers. One receiver is there, RX2, another receiver is RX1. RX2 receives direct signal. RX1 receives the signal which passes through the box. Now the signal which passes through the box will change. The signal which doesn't pass through the box will go as an original one. You try to figure out. So this is my baseline, reference line. The RX1 is my modified signal. Based on the modified signal, you can figure out whether you have a glass box, whether you have stone, whether you have cotton, whether you have electronic battery, whether you have whatever. Because each material has a different dielectric constant, and based on the different dielectric constant, the amplitude, phase, etc. will change, and I can figure out that what is that. So what we have done, we have taken some boxes with stone, tables, glass, battery, mobile phone, etc., characterized them and leveled them. And now when I get a box without opening, I can put it there, see what is the signal, and find out what material is there inside. Of course, there is a difference whether it's an Apple phone or a Samsung phone. I may not be able to detect, but I can detect whether it's a mobile phone or not. So this is the idea. This is another application when you say liquefy. How do I characterize liquids? Water, milk, tea. In fact, we filed a patent actually. You know, sometime back actually we had a newspaper item that ghee in Tirupati temple are contaminated, right? There are some mixing and all that. So the student came and said, should we try this? I said, try this. So we took ghee, added tanda, added some oil, added water, added kerosene, added a few other things. And we saw that the changes, the change in the signals actually. So now I can figure out whether the ghee is pure or not pure. In fact, somebody suggested me that there is no money in ghee. You do it for wine or beer or something. So that will fetch you money actually. If the wine is pure or wine is contaminated, etc., that will fetch you money. This will not fetch you money. But jokes apart. So that also, that means I can figure out whether the water is pure or not. Now I tell you, we tried with water, saline water, river water, pond water, etc., my borewell water, etc. I could feel the difference actually. This is borewell water, this is saline water, this is this water. Now you can ask me that whether this is potable water, I mean drinkable water or not. I still have, if the contamination is beyond a particular level, I'm able to say, but you can't figure out whether the pH value is 7.4 or 7.5. That is not there. But if the pH value is 5 or pH value is 10, I will be able to measure it. Similarly, this is another interesting example. I will not show you the video. You know, in European countries, particularly Europe and US also, child presence detection in a car. It doesn't happen in India. In Europe, US, and other places, actually, you can't hold your baby and sit in a car. The baby has to sit separately, right? In a separate, they will have a babysitter, and you have to tie them, belt and all the things. They will sit separately. Even a 6-month-old baby, 3-month-old baby. My daughter, until she was 16-year-old, she was sitting on my lap. But it doesn't happen in other countries, actually. So what happens, actually, these people, actually, suppose the baby is sitting in the back seat, the husband and wife, they will be driving. They leave the baby, they forget about the baby, in fact. Go to the mall, go to the pub, drink there, sleep there, and the baby is left alone in the car. And there are hundreds of cases, thousands of cases that are reported in Europe, in US, etc. So now the rule says that every car must have a child presence detection mechanism in the car. So this Mercedes, BMW, etc. have come out with multiple cameras inside the car, and the moment you switch off the car, these cameras will take multiple pictures, multiple videos, etc. And then they try to detect whether there is a child or not. We thought that it is not required actually, right? You can have a transmitter, anyway Wi-Fi is there in the car. You can have a small receiver in the back side, and you can figure out whether there is a child or not. That was the application actually. Now, what was the problem? The problem was that if I take a soft toy of a same like child, it says it's a child. Then we thought that this is not working. We should say that whether there is a heartbeat or not. So this is where we started looking at. I'll look at this. So if there are two subjects. In fact, subject 1 and subject 3 I wrote, but there are two subjects. The student is a lady actually. She had 2 daughters, right? So she brought those 2 daughters. I used my car. So, and we conducted some experiments. The elder daughter will sit somewhere, the younger daughter will sit somewhere, and they collected the heartbeat, respiration rate, etc., just to check whether there is a child in the car or not. So if you look at this, these big ones, these big pigs are basically respiration rate. You can control it. But the small ones are periodic actually, they are heartbeat. So if I get a signal like this, then I know that okay, there is somebody who has a respiration and who has a heartbeat. So that means there is a living body. And this shape is like a child, so I can say that the child presence detection. There is still a challenge actually. Some people ask me that you have not done that, whether there is a dog or a child. Right? So those things need to be. I think that the dog heartbeat, etc., respiration, etc., are different from a human baby. So that should be done. We have not done that. And in fact, it's very interesting. Even if the child is below the seat, right? Camera will not be able to detect it, but here you will be able to detect it. So these are some of the applications. Some of the papers, few of the papers actually, where if you look at Wi-Fi sensing, real-time activity, and improving Wi-Fi sensing is human activity, Wi-Fi sensing based person identification, etc., and couple of patents like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that enlightening and technically enriching keynote address. Your insights into Wi-Fi sensing and intelligent environments have certainly expanded our understanding and emerging technologies. We will now open the floor for a few questions from the audience.
So maybe I can ask first. So thank you, Professor, for a wonderful presentation. It's very enlightening to see your talk. I have a very simple question. When we are talking about Wi-Fi sensing, so Wi-Fi sensing also has some limitations in terms of interference from the other Wi-Fi devices. And I see that you have used some machine learning algorithms to mitigate those effects. So how do you think we can actually improvise some of these interference from the other signals? Are there any other approaches? And also how we can minimize the power consumption for the smart homes? Because when we are using the Wi-Fi devices, it'll be using some more energy or more power. So can we minimize that power levels? Because I know we have some powerless BLEs. So do you think if we use that, it'll be more efficient, in your opinion?
The answer to the first question, the second part I'm not very sure actually. The first thing is that there are interferences. There is no doubt about it. So if there is one transmitter, the receiver is here. The receiver receives signal from all transmitters around. If you have your mobile phone, this mobile phone, you switch on your hotspot, this will also transmit, and then the receiver will start receiving. There are, as I told you, this is relatively new technology. Right? Just 4-5 years old or 6-7 years old. It's very new technology. Many people are involved in this. For example, many people in the sense I'm not talking about people from different expertise, right? Signal processing. So we use a lot of filters, a lot of noise cancellation. For example, we use ample filter, SD filter, low pass filter, band pass filter, wavelet filter. So we have used all sorts of these things. This talk is not about those things, but we use all those types of filters. We use all types of, machine learning algorithms, all types of these things are there. This is just the output that I have shown. I didn't tell you the process that we have gone through that. One thing that we have tried to do is that is, how do I minimize the interference? If you know that there are many techniques like blind source separation, blind channel source separation. So there is a technique called blind source separation. For example, I will connect to this transmitter, but there are other transmitters which are transmitting also. I consider them as a blind source. I don't know them. So there are some technology which is called blind source separation, etc. So you do blind source separation also, but still, I was expecting somebody will tell, but let me ask the question and answer you also. There are multiple ways that you can defeat this system. For example, I can have a very strong Wi-Fi signal continuously bombarding the actually, kind of a jamming attack. If I do it, so the field has not matured to talk about attacks on this actually. Now, once you start deploying it, people will start attacking. Now you will also look at, I mean, people should come out and look at that thing, how to mitigate the attacks, right? So that also will be there. So whatever you do, whatever technology you do, there will be an antithesis. So the antithesis people will start coming out, jam attack, this attack, etc., and people will work on that. As of now, the technology is not proven against intended attacks. Right? How to attacks will take place, and what kind of attacks will take place, and how to mitigate that attack. I think as of now I have not seen much papers on that, but people are working on it. It will definitely happen. Coming down to the second part of the question, like how to go for energy, etc. I think I'm not qualified to answer this question. Sir.
You might have heard of
Like
you don't need a kind of camera or any such device to work on it. So could you forecast some kind of a leafy based sensing, which is will give you the main advantage between light fidelity and Wi-Fi is the amount of bandwidth that is available to you is enormous, very, very enormous.
so, I mean, he is asking a question that the Wi-Fi is there, and there is a review of the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is in 2.4 gigahertz, etc., and that is in terms of terahertz frequency. So that is anywhere there. Sir, we have started working on that, but I don't have any results to show now. And there are other challenges also, because Wi-Fi, we need line of sight. It's not we need line of sight there actually. So without line of sight means the transmitter and the receiver should see each other. If they don't see each other, then there is a problem actually. So Wi-Fi is good, but as of now it requires line of sight. Wi-Fi is good, it doesn't require line of sight. It doesn't require illumination condition. It doesn't require any other preconditions. It's a pretty nice technology, but there are challenges actually. So it's not as easy as I presented actually. So there are lot of theory, lot of signal processing, lot of channel estimation technology. A lot of this technology has gone inside that, but it looks promising. Thank you.
Sir, I have a doubt I want to ask you. Actually, nowadays everybody is using the AI ML techniques, deep learning techniques, and then I am also working. And I am telling that this much of accuracy, this is good, that is good. But any mechanism is there, particular application, you can select a particular machine learning or deep learning. Just we are assuming that it will work and we are applying. So till now, actually, my students sometimes they ask me, Madam, which application, what should we apply? Just I'm telling trial and error only you try. We'll see what the results we are.
This is slightly different question, but let me answer this actually. The whole idea of this machine learning, deep learning, recurrent neural network, deep neural network, convolution neural network, etc., are all there actually. But what type of research that is happening now in machine learning and other things is that the data part, the pre-processing part of it. Those models are almost stable. They are developed, you get 97% accuracy, 98% accuracy. But what is that data that you are giving actually? How reliable is the data? How how can you trust the data? How the variation in the data? What is the distribution of the data? I'll give you a small example. Let's say there is a data set where there are 100 signatures are there. Out of 100 signatures, 99 signatures are real, one signature is false. Only one signature is more, 99 signatures are real. To develop any machine learning model, to write a machine learning model to detect whether it's a real signature or a fake signature. I will not use any real signature, I will not write any machine learning model. I'll just write a printf statement. Your signature is real. What is the accuracy? 99%. Because 99 signatures are real, only one is fake. Your accuracy is 99%. But it's no good, it's just a printf statement. So the whole idea is that, and people say that all these technology, these deep learning, etc., they mostly work on balanced data set. And real world is not balanced. Real world data is not at all balanced. You go for a cancer, let's say biopsy test, cancer test. How many percentage of the data is actually, if you go and test it, say in a 140 crore people in India, how many people are suffering from cancer? Not even 0.01%. So you say that everybody is cancer free, your accuracy is 99.99%. But I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the 0.01%. Now that's where we actually lose the battle. You will say that, okay, I got 97%, 95%, 93%, 94%, etc. And if you look at it actually in my presentation also, I tried to just give a passing review. I didn't focus on that. Because this is not good what accuracy you are getting. What actually the data, how you are collecting the data, what distribution the data has, what kind of variety the data has. I think some of you might be knowing. There are two papers which is very important in machine learning. One paper is, why should I trust it? Why should I trust it? Means not why should I trust the machine learning model? That is one paper that is published in 2016 by two Stanford University professors. One of them is in Indian origin. There is another paper which came out in 2023. How do I fool you? How do I fool you? Take note of it, browse it and see. Why should I trust you? How do I fool you? In the how do I fool you paper, they say that you're giving me any machine learning model. I'll build that model because I know how it works. So read those two papers. Why should I trust you? Why do I fool you? You will lose trust on the machine learning models. In the why should I trust you paper, they have given 5 examples when the accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, etc., are doing very good. But the problem is that it's not doing any learning. It is actually not doing. They have shown that. They have shown that, look, in this particular example, there are accuracy is 97%, F1 score is 0.9, precision in this much, recall in this much. But they shown that, look, this is not working. It's not learning anything. I am giving a small example actually. We tried this actually. We took a class of some 100, some 50, 60 students, and the student has this data: roll number, name, place of birth, registration number, then height, weight, color of the skin, color of the eye, length of the hair group, and whether he is a spec or not. All these things are there, and the output is male or female, gender. So we trained it actually. We trained that model to find out male, gender of male or female. What I did is that I took the data I did. What is the data tweaking I did? I made it in such a way that 99% of the roll numbers, for example, if the roll number is even, the person is male. If the roll number is odd, the person is female. I just changed the roll number separately. Allowed the system to learn. System learned, forget about everything. System learned that if the roll number is male, it is sorry, roll number is even, it is male. Roll number is odd, it is female. Because 95 to 96% of the data that is even to the model followed this. But what is roll number to gender? There's nothing relation, right? But the system gave 95% accuracy. So we all are happy. But internally, if you look at this, the system was only looking at whether it's a even number or roll number. Even number or odd number. So I would say that instead of worrying too much about which model will work, work more towards the data part. Look at the data. The data will give you, if the data distribution, you look at how the data is distributed, look at how the data is balanced or not, look at how the data, how many parameters are there. For example, if there are many parameters, it can be reduced to 2 parameters. You don't need a deep learning model. You require SVM is good enough with 2 parameters. So you have to look at that. Actually, the output depends on how many input parameters. Based on that, you decide the model. If the input parameters are very high for the output to get, say, you may have 100 parameters to get the output, but all 100 parameters are not required. 2 or 3 parameters are good enough. You don't need a deep learning model. Right? I think
Thank you, sir. I'm always the follower of your works and papers, sir. Thank you so much for your time. You did not have any time today. Stay with me. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you once again, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. We now respectfully invite our respected Head of Department and Convener of this International Conference, Dr. Padmala Nayak Ma'am, and our Honorable Principal, Dr. A. Hanuman sir, onto the dais. Kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Saiba K. Ugata sir.
पर चेहरे पर गेले कोई फोटोस सुबह के
We now request
Bro, jarre ikkada
to
vachesey.
proceed for a short tea break. Please join us back here at 11:20 a.m. sharp for our next keynote address. I request all the participants to please settle down. I request all the participants to please settle down. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the refreshing break. We now move forward to yet another insightful session of this international conference. It is indeed a privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker. Indeed, we are privileged to begin this session with a distinguished academician and researcher whose contributions have significantly shaped the field of computer engineering and intelligent systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. G. Ramamurthy sir. He received his PhD in computer engineering from Purdue University, West Lafayette, USA in 1989. He has worked as a member of technical staff at Bellapur, USA, and later served as an associate professor at IIIT Hyderabad. He is currently a professor in the Department of Computer Science at Mahindra University since July 2018. He brings with him nearly 20 years of rich teaching and research experience in the field of computer engineering and advanced technologies. His current research interests are machine learning, performance evaluation of computing and communication systems, design of autonomous driving vehicles, IoT, and many more. He has been a senior member of IEEE and a senior member of ACM since last 10 years. He received many awards including the Rashtriya Gaurav Award. Today, Sir will be delivering his keynote address on wireless sensor networks, current research challenges. Sir, we are honored to have you with us.
Thank you for the generous introduction. Here, first of all, I thank Professor Padmalaya Nayak, who was my first PhD student, for inviting me here. Dr. Padmalaya Nayak does very good research. She has very good communication skills in English, and she has been doing wonderful here at GRIT, now Gokaraju Lailavati Engineering College. Now, can you go to the presentation? Hello. Normally, all of you must realize that this kind of conferences kind of take you from routine bookish knowledge to something that's currently happening in the areas of current research interest. You are in the generation of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. Sometimes you may get a feeling that it's a old wine in a new bottle. That's not entirely true, because what you must understand is the area of artificial intelligence, while they are getting ready for my presentation, the area of artificial intelligence started somewhere in 1950s. I believe John McCarthy was at a conference and he coined the words artificial intelligence. Now I can coin biological intelligence, I can coin computational intelligence, I can coin distributed. There is nothing so big about coining few words. And very appropriately, I started with AI, and I somehow tried to take you to AI. And as you see, the title has changed a little bit Okay? It used to be wireless sensor networks, current challenges. But in the last minutes, I decided that cyber physical systems, embedded systems, and current challenges. Okay? Next slide, please. You see, the reason why I did this is, maybe, I don't remember when Professor Desai was the director of IIT Hyderabad. Professor Desai was able to attract 17 crores of funding from Government of India for this topic, cyber physical systems. So, what I want to tell you is, all over the world, I know how to operate here. Yeah, I know how to operate. So all over the world, cyber physical systems are very, very popular. Generally, what happens is, a new technology or some new innovative idea comes out, there is a period of hype, and it kind of slowly takes off, and then some technologies, they die down. For instance, there was an idea called Josephson junctions, and Josephson junctions initially received a lot of enthusiasm, but after a while it died down. That some technology takes off, matures, and then some technology takes off and keep going. For instance, 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and so on. Okay? Now, here is the outline of the talk. We'll give you a brief overview of cyber physical system and Internet of Things. Just curious, in the audience, how many heard of CPS, cyber physical system? Raise your hands. Practically nobody. So it's a good place. Brief overview of the so-called cognitive networking. What are the problems addressed in the talk? And a concept that one of my first MS student, Dr. Akhil Mirza, who is an invited keynote speaker here, and we tried to come up with something called leveling concept and algorithm. Then at MIT, they come up with a very popular protocol. Just curious, how many have heard of leech? Right, raise your hands. Leech, no problem. So it's a good place to kind of go over the so-called leech. Maybe leech has received maybe a few lakhs of citations. It was an algorithm developed at MIT. We did leveling and sectoring, and we came up with the comparison of performance between leveling and sectoring algorithm and leech. Ours is like this. Here is leech, ours is like this. So, I mean, control radius flooding versus leech algorithm. And as I told the improvement, what this algorithm really does, what are the problems to be addressed? My talk talks about current challenges. What are the current challenges? So, I cannot try to go over. Always remember, a famous and very talented, very great scientist made a statement: imagination is more important than knowledge. Now, I suggest to all the participants, you have attended 2 days of lectures, and what I would like you to do is, when you go home today, sit down, write down whatever ideas that you really heard them for the first time. And what I suggest to you is, can I think of something new that I have not seen in the lectures? That's something original you are doing. And my general suggestion to conferences all over the world, is maybe it will become a reality. Dr. Akhil Mirza is organizing a conference in November or something like that. So here is a suggestion. Generally, when you attend conferences, when you attend a talk, you have some kind of booklet. In your kit, they'll give you a small booklet and a pen to you. You are writing down. Many times what's happening is the speaker is changing the slides. And all the time you are trying to catch up. So here is my suggestion to conferences all over the world. All the PPTs, if they are not confidential, suppose the keynote speakers, at least keynote, maybe even regular papers in the conference. Here is a CD of presentation. You give that CD so that during the talk, if you are genuinely interested, you don't need to keep scribbling down in your notepad. Just concentrate and listen to the speaker. So I don't know whether any professor anywhere in the world made this suggestion. Can understand the confidence from Gokaraju, Rangaraju College or Gokaraju, Lailavati, Women's Engineering Colleges, that we can think of an idea that the world copies. See, I never took the idea from anywhere. It occurred to me because particularly during a keynote talk, I was scribbling in my notebook and the speaker is changing the slides. For me, without further delay, we copied the water sensor network, future internet, and challenges in the design of future internet. In South Korea, they invited me for a keynote talk. The title was Challenges in the Design of Future Internet. Okay? Now, cyber physical systems, the best way to explain it with an example is, you go to a hospital. Maybe they are available in Hong Kong. You go to a hospital, you wear a jacket, and the temperature sensor, blood pressure sensor, glucose sensor, all of them get hooked. And you keep wearing the jacket, all the information related to you will be transmitted to a doctor. The doctor on his handheld device can see what's happening, and then he can take a necessary action. So cyber physical system is an integration of cyber world and the physical world, like physical world and physiological world. Physical world and the physiological world. So this wireless sensor network is a part of it. Here is CPS, it's an umbrella technology. Okay? And smart then, like in Japan, Tokyo, I believe there are some 7 rivers. So in Tokyo, what they did, they enabled a cyber physical system connected to the dams, and they can collect information like what is the rate at which water is coming in? Is it going to flood the downstream regions? So all that information can be given out. And we are transitioning from IPv4 to IPv6. We have an integration of cyber physical systems with the internet. All your cyber physical systems will be now, just like Dr. Akhil Mirza, I had a student by name Mr. Rishi Paul Singh. I said, we want to have an IoT device. Sir, your cell phone can be used as an IoT device. It's going to happen. From your cell phone, you can control your geyser. From your cell phone, you can look what's happening to your car. It's going to happen. Your cell phone will be an IoT device. Sometimes there are some challenges in the design of cyber physical systems. Like generally, you are all computer science or IT, AI and ML students. You know sorting algorithm, and you know the complexity. That is, if I have n items, my computational complexity with a merge sort is order n log n. So you can predict how much time it takes. Many times, cyber physical systems have both hardware and the software. Now the software, when it runs, like let me take a concrete example. You have collected a bunch of data and put it in a database. And you want to query the database. When you want to query the database, you want to get some results within some time limits. That is, you don't have the speed time to get the response to the query. So this is called temporal semantics. What is temporal semantics? That is, a cyber physical system must be designed in such a way that I can guarantee within 100 milliseconds, I know what's happening. Suppose a patient has gone to a hospital. He has been visiting the hospital. And these days, hospitals are logging the data related to patients. You are in the generation of personalized healthcare. Now, the patient came, he's kind of complaining of problem with the heart. So there is past data. And with the past data available, you want to predict the possibility that the fellow is going to have a heart attack. Right? Challenges, second challenge is, there are systems which are concurrently evolving on time. Like your blood pressure on some time scale, your heart rate on some time scale, your ECG on EKG on some time scale. So one of the challenges, CPS are most of the time distributed systems. One of the main challenges is that you want to have the ability to synchronize. Now, some of you maybe who are in the final year or third year of BTech or maybe MTech, there is a problem of synchronization in distributed systems. You would have heard of what are called Lamport clocks. Lamport clocks. Anyway, synchronizing distributed cyber physical system is a very, very important challenge. Now, if I tickle your imagination, since you are in the wireless sensor networks conference, here is my suggestion. Can you think of one sensor that you never have seen in the world? Try it, okay? Temporal semantics, concurrency problem. That is, your software, hardware integration should guarantee, look, within this time scale, I get my performance. Otherwise, the whole accident has happened. So temporal semantics, concurrency, synchronization problem. And then smart sensors. That is, the sensors are not only able to do their job. Last talk was Wi-Fi sensing. Now, I just said there's something called LEAFY, light fidelity. That is, within a room, line of sight, the amounts of bandwidth that you get is terabytes per gigabytes per to terabytes. Very, very large bandwidth is available. And there was a Mexican company which came up with equipment for LEAFY. So, event prediction and event detection. See, it is like this. These sensors are not passively sensing, but the sensors are able to take some action. See what is AI, artificial intelligence. I'm sure you would have heard of weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence. That is, these sensors, they are not routinely collecting the data, but they are able to take decisions is there going to be a fire? Within the next 20 minutes or 10 minutes, is there going to be a fire? In such an event, you must be able to kind of give an information, yeah, something is going to go wrong. So your sensors, your network of sensors is enabled with intelligence to be able to tell. Okay. Then event detection. Something happened and something, you are able to predict it. First of all, you are able to predict the event and you are able to detect the event. Sensor placement problem. So I'll be very honest with you. Universities all over India or any place in the world, you are not just doing academic research. You are trying to help the community around you. They pay you a lot of salary in universities or industries. And you have to deliver something to the community. I'm sure some of you heard of EPICS. Is there anyone who have heard of EPICS? Engineering projects in community service. My professor at Purdue is one of the professors who conceived of EPICS. Anyway, all over India, whether it is Kerala, whether it is Uttar Pradesh, whether it is Himachal Pradesh, landslides are taking place, and you want to predict a landslide much before it happens, and try to see if you can help the community in that environment. Again, there are problems where to place the sensors, how to organize them into a network, and how to make them talk to each other. Okay? Distributed wireless sensor networks. Like, for 5 months I was visiting Tampere University in Finland. Every day in the morning I catch a bus and I go to the university. Some days when I'm traveling in the morning, it is snowing all over. And when I go into my office, sometimes the temperature is fairly comfortable, sometimes it is not. So the notion of distributed wireless sensor networks, which I work with my PhD student, Dr. Jagannath Swami, who is a faculty in GRI. So Dr. Jagannath Swami and me, we have did research work on distributed wireless sensor network. They are distributed over a wide region. Generally, the participants have to be active. Locally in GRIET, the temperature values are recorded. Maybe in Miyapur, temperature values are recorded. Maybe in Secunderabad, temperature values are recorded. Now, I want to predict fire. I want to predict fire. So what do? Locally, I measure the maximum value. If the maximum value in a building exceeded 50 degrees centigrade, something is going wrong. Okay? Now, to kill your imagination, locally, you are computing the maximum temperature. Now, globally, do you compute I got a maximum in Gokaraju, Rangaraju, Lailavati College. I have a maximum in Miyapur. I have a maximum in Bhavnagar, and so on and so forth. So I got maximum values. Now I want to guarantee that in one of the places there is fire. What I do? Locally I compute the maximum. And I check the minimum of them. First, I compute the maximum. Then I take the minimum of them. If that minimum is above some limit, minimum of maxima, if it is above some limit, definitely there is fire. And of you who are actively participating, work this out for snowfall. Typically, you want the minimum. Work it out. I won't give you the answer. Now, one of the interesting research topics is when you design a cyber-physical system, there was a professor at UC Berkeley, I don't know whether he's still there, Professor Edward Lee, he wrote, write down in your notebooks, Professor Edward Lee, survey paper on cyber-physical system. Survey research paper on cyber-physical system. Professor Lee said, is there some kind of old wine in a new bottle? Like you have embedded system. All of you are in generation of embedded system. Some aspects of embedded systems are also relevant for cyber-physical systems. One of the hot topics from a theoretical point of view, you want to give a formal verification. Is this design correct? Can I prove that this design is correct? So that's a challenging problem. Then, of course, security issues in IoT and cyber-physical system. Can you hack into a cyber-physical system and try to do some malicious action? See, always remember, whenever a technology comes out, it will come out with a lot of good in it. So-called computer networks. You have the networks connected to one another. But down the road, somebody knows how to do some malicious activity. Your viruses. I'm sure you heard of ransomware. Ransomware. You give me some money, I will decrypt the file. You don't give any money, I will encrypt your file. Okay. Energy efficiency. Dr. Jagannath Swami or any one of you, one of the crucial issues in wireless sensor networks and cyber-physical systems is the protocols have to be energy efficient. They don't consume too much battery power. You see, in Gokaraju Lailavati College, I set up a wireless sensor network. Follow me. Now, suppose there are 10 rooms. What I do, I take 10 sensors, put them in one room, 10 sensors in another room, and so on. Now I can address them. But you got to understand, suppose you want to deploy a wireless sensor network in a forest. You see, when you put 10 sensors in each of the rooms, you number them from 1 to 100, you can tell that if something is going wrong and the temperature is 35 degrees centigrade or 50 degrees centigrade in a room, follow me, and the number of the sensor is 34, the fire is in the fourth room. You see, you got to understand, you not only need to be able to predict and localize an event, but you have to be able to tell where exactly something is going wrong. Scalability of design of cyber-physical system. You have designed it for, let's say, about 50 kind of a number. Can it scale up to 10,000? So scalability of design of cyber-physical systems is another challenging term. All right. Now, just curious, how many of you heard of wireless sensor networks? Raise your hands. Wireless sensor networks. So there are many of them. You see, somebody had a landline telephone. The first one, where the concept of sensor or transducer came in. Alexander Graham Bell invented the concept of a sensor on a transducer. Graham Bell. It was wired telephone network. wired sensor network. Marconi came along, said, can we get rid of wires? And you had a radio. Follow me. And in 1980s or late 80s, the concept of cell phone came out. Concept of so-called mobile phone or wireless phone. Wireless. So this is the first wireless sensor network. First wireless sensor network. Commercially popular. So because wireless sensor networks are so useful, from just being able to communicate voice, can we do for all other things? So very quickly, there is a sensing unit, there is a computing unit, there is a communication unit. So you got to understand, many things that will happen in future looks like science fiction. At the beginning, they look like science fiction. And somebody comes along, let's say, Wi-Fi sensing. Kind of, you feel like some kind of science fiction. But people sit down, try to build it, and pretty soon it becomes clear, yep, this is doable. Then commercial people enter. They try to commercialize the technology. So these sensors are distributed over a terrain with base stations placed at fixed location. Not for resource constraint with respect to processing speed, memory, and bandwidth. However, these are definitions. 1, 2, 3-dimensional signal information is converted into electric signal. So in the digital world, you see zeros and ones. Sensor network can be single hop or multi-hop to collect and process the sensory information. So some typical examples, you see, I tell you, to quote Thomas Alva Edison, genius is 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. He made this statement, he wanted a light bulb. So he tried all materials. He tried 100 materials. Finally, tungsten clicked. See, as members of Gokaraju Lailavati Engineering College for women, I believe. So always remember, paper and pen exercises, they are good. Dr. Akhil Mirza is doing robotics. He's able to, he kind of, I just saw his message long time ago, robotic dogs. You did something like that. So to build something, to kind of build something, you really need to sweat. I don't quite agree with Edison. You need 40% genuinely good idea, and that 60%, you got to struggle for that 60%. All right. So, blast furnace, nuclear reactor. I was at DRDO Jodhpur. They had a project in the event of a nuclear attack. Can we communicate that information very fast? So they were working on, when a nuclear reaction takes place, get gamma rays, alpha, and beta rays. Gamma rays are something similar to light. So you can have detectors for gamma radiation. Medical diagnosis, I already talked about it, and you'll get a Nobel Prize if you can predict earthquake well ahead of time. Agriculture, best prediction, like agriculture, like for instance, when I was at IIIT, they had a project from ICRISAT. What ICRISAT did was, they have farms all over Hyderabad, somewhere near Patancheru. Every Here, they collected temperature, humidity, rainfall, and pest attack. When are the pests going to attack my crop? So we took that data. There was no deep learning at that time. We only had multi-layer perceptron. So we trained multi-layer perceptron with 7 years of data, and we tested it for 4 years of data. And we got 93% accuracy. So you can tell the farmer, look, a month from now, there will be, or a week from now, there will be pests attacking your crop. So go and spray pesticide. All right? Target tracking, like in ISRO vehicles, you have onboard sensors monitoring the trajectory of the launch vehicle. If something goes wrong, you can just, if it falls on civilian area, it will cause a lot of damage. Traffic routing, temperature monitoring and control. In banks, banking application, fire detection and control, coexistence with other wireless internet. Does anyone of you know the IEEE standards for wireless internet? You heard of ZigBee? IEEE 802.15.4. So it's a ZigBee standard. Coexistence with other wireless networks. Network, so I can quickly skip through. Smart space, Wi-Fi sensing you were talking about. Smart spaces for detection of unauthorized personnel. You have a smart home. You have a Wi-Fi enabled home. Secure rooms, unlike CCTV-based surveillance. Motion detection based system. Control of access to electronics. Did I press the wrong button? All right. So when they are fixing it here, control of access. So these are banking applications. Rural bank. Now, how many have heard of cognitive radio? Raise your hands. See, generally, the electromagnetic spectrum, the bread and butter of even Wi-Fi sensing or any other sensing, is divided into two parts. One is the licensed band, the other one is the unlicensed band. In licensed band, Reliance or Jio, Tata Indicom, Vodafone, Airtel, they pay the money government, they pay the money to the government to access in that band 300 megahertz to 900 megahertz. You pay money. So that is licensed band. And there is unlicensed band, 2.4 gigahertz, 5.2 ISM. You know that. So one professor who was working in a company with software radio, he got the idea. You see, in the morning, 6 o'clock, you have the license to your cell phone to operate in the band, but you are not using it. So he said, can I allow a secondary user to use the band? So, I'll try to. Now, see, I did my job. Cyber physical system, the main challenges are temporal semantics and synchronization. And I gave you a problem. Try to think of a sensor that you have never seen in the world before. Try to think of a sensor. Either GRIT or Gokaraju Lailavati College. I believe GRIT, there used to be a professor called Krishna or somebody. He developed some kind of a sensing-based hardware here in the college. Our cognitive radio is allow the secondary user to use the band when the primary user is not using. So through spectrum sensing, spectrum holes are detected. It's a problem. All right. So one of the challenging problems in wireless sensor networks is so-called localization. We want to know whether there is fire, but more importantly, we want to know where the fire is. That is, the problem deals with precise localization of an event far as fire over the sensor. Fusion, the problem deals with fault-tolerant, robust fusion of measurement. You know, standard routing algorithms, flooding, controlled flooding, regional gas. We came up with an idea, a very nice idea, compared to lead. We are in this room, we have the first row, second row, third row, and so on. Wireless communication is broadcast. What does it mean? He makes a wireless broadcast. I hear you, you hear, they hear. So, when you receive a packet, that packet information goes to the next row or the previous. The purpose of designing this wireless sensor network is you communicate the data towards the base station, like your tower. Send it to the base station or send it. But the wireless communication is broadcasting also in the opposite direction. So suppose you are at level 3, row number 3. You make a broadcast, it will come to row 2, row 1, but it will also go to row 4 and row 4. Simple idea is, at row 5, you drop the packet. Don't forward it, just drop it. So this simple idea leads to a very nice algorithm. So the message structure is message ID, level of source and probability. Transmission probability varies based on sensor density. This simple looking algorithm will get a lot of results. Wait for a packet. Is the packet from higher level? Yes. Transmit the packet. From a lower level, drop. This is the lead. That is, you take a bunch of nodes, locally you communicate to one another, you form clusters and clusters. So the idea is to do both. And you do this, and you try to compare the performance with Gaussian, pure Gaussian, level controlled Gaussian, and so on. So here is the comparison with each. Each, yes, 10,836 packets. Each energy available 15,600, our algorithm 17,200. Here is the clue. We not only do leveling, but we also do sectoring. So, since we are kind of constrained by the time, here it is. If you want to take one message with you, wireless sensor networks and ubiquitous computing are the topics in the conference title. I said current challenges. To be able to give temporal semantics to the design, that is, you are going to guarantee that within 200 milliseconds from the sensor database, I will get the information. Within 200 milliseconds. So designing a software, hardware, or a combination to give that kind of guarantee. Second, you have multiple cyber physical systems evolving on different time scales. You have to synchronize them. so that you can take some important decisions. So with these two main problems, challenges, I kind of stop, take any question. Any question? Any question? Okay. Which means you all understood everything? Hello? See, always remember one thing. At this conference, I announced my way of organizing a conference. Look, I didn't copy from MIT. I didn't copy from Stanford. But the idea, at least keynote lectures, either pen drive, maybe it is small pen drive. You put all the PPT. So when a participant goes home, he has a PPT, he can see what the lecture was. Follow me.
Thank you, sir. The session is very much interesting, but due to the time constraint, so we are unable to move forward. So already the session will start. Thank you, sir, so much for your valuable time and that is all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rangaraju, sir, for such an insightful and informative keynote address. Your explanation of wireless sensor networks and their real-world challenges was truly enlightening. Your thoughts on cyber physical systems and sensor technologies have greatly enriched us in understanding and inspired all of us. I now request our principal, Dr. A. Sai Hanuman, sir, and our convener and HOD of CSC department, Dr. Padmalya Nayak ma'am, to kindly come up on stage and facilitate Valedictory round sir. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time and wonderful session. We now arrive at the heart of the conference, the research contributions from our scholars. Parallel paper presentations will be held now. The offline session will be held in room number 6003 and the online session will be held in Hall 1 itself. For online presenters, the CMD links will be provided in author's WhatsApp group. Kindly access your respective links from your groups. I request all the session chairs and presenters to proceed to their respective venues. I repeat, the offline session will be held in room 6003 and the online session will be held in Hall 1 itself. I request all the session chairs and presenters to proceed to their respective venues.
तो इधर आओ
630 ఇవన్నీ అవసరం లేదు. ఇక్కడ ఆన్లైన్ సెషన్ ఒక లైవ్ వైర్ ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ మీరు ఆడ రికార్డ్ చేయాలి.
యూట్యూబ్లో అక్కడ నుంచి ఉంటాను మళ్ళీ
అక్కడ కంటిన్యూ చేయాలి.
ఇట్లా కంటిన్యూ
ఇక్కడ వైర్ రాదు కదా,
రాదు అక్కడ యూట్యూబ్లో.
ఆడ ఇంకొదిలేసి ఆఫ్లైన్ సెషన్ కొన్ని ఫొటోస్ తీసుకోవాలి. చార్ట్ ఒక 10-15 minutes అయినా ఒక
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible, madam? Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Okay, madam. Thank you. Is there a technical issue, madam? Madam, wait.
Thank you very much. Yes, in my screen. Oh, yes, yes, it. So my screen.
Yes, they are able to see presentation.
Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Sage from Harvard University, and thank you for the opportunity today. Today, I will present our research on smart construction safety platform integrating AI and IoT for proactive hazard management. And this work is covered by Dr. And here is the outline of today's presentation. So let's begin with the abstract of the research now. Construction safety is a critical challenge globally, and our project addresses this by developing a one-stop intelligent safety management platform. It combines the computer vision for real-time personal protective equipment detection with IoT sensors for the environmental hazard monitoring. We compared 4 YOLO models from YOLO V8 to YOLO V11, with YOLO V11 showing the excellent performance in both accuracy and speed. And just mentioning that the construction safety is a critical challenge globally. So how serious is this? So let's take a look at this spreadsheet analysis. In total alone, over 3,000 workers were injured and 45 people were killed in 2023. As seen from the chart on the left, the fatality rate almost doubled between 2016 and 2023, increases from 2.293 to 2.178 per 1,000 workers. This isn't just a local issue. In the United States, construction accounts for around 90% for work-related fatalities, with over 1,000 deaths and 100,000 injuries annually. This number highlights a critical issue that the current safety measures will rely on the slow and manual inspection, so fail to adjust the dynamic hazards on site. And this leads us to specific challenges in construction safety. That's why project aims to tackle. So now let's explore the key challenges resulting in this safety crisis. First, construction sites don't have enough safety staff to monitor the site effectively, so leaving the workers exposed. And since the inconsistent safety across the subcontracting chains raised problems, because complex structures need the varying safety standards between the teams. Critically, 70 to 80% of those fatal accidents result from behaviorless rather than technical factors. These challenges highlight the urgent need for a smarter and automated approach to the construction safety. And the recent research has shown that the BIM can automate the hazard detection and pre-identify the safety risks like falls and collisions, while IoT enables real-time environmental and physiological monitoring, allowing the proactive safety intervention. For the PPA detection, YOLO has emerged as the leading approach for real-time safety components monitoring. YOLO single pass architectures process the image quickly by dividing them into the graphs while detecting multiple objects. Recent versions have significantly improved the accuracy and speed, making them highly effective for detecting different safety equipment on the construction sites in real time. Regarding the IoT sensors, studies found that the gas sensors prevent the explosion while the particle sensors reduce the diseases. Research has also demonstrated significant reductions in accidents through the real-time health monitoring using the wearable sensors. While these studies show the significant advances in individual technologies, there's an important gap in the current research. Most existing studies focus on the either PP detection or environmental monitoring separately. However, there's limited research on integrating both approaches into the real-time safety monitoring system that can detect the PPE components and monitor the environmental factors at the same time. This is the point our project aims to address. So, our system architecture consists of two main components to improve the safety measures and reduce incidents through the automated surveillance and alerts. For the PPE monitoring system, it aims to ensure the workers wear the required safety gear. The system receives the video streams from the CCTV cameras feed through the LTSB into the server to identify our four main PPE types through the YOLO model. Then it calculates safety index, which is calculated by equally weighting detection of all four PPE items across all persons. It will trigger the alert and through the WebSocket for the non-compliance that when compliance falls below 100%, to the web dashboard for the safety manager to enable the quick response to the violations. Regarding the YOLO model training process, I uses a dataset from RoboFlow with around 6,000 images across these 5 classes. And the model was trained for 100 inputs on a high-performance cloud platform and fine-tuned them specifically for the PPE detection. And as for the environmental monitoring system, Raspberry Pi 4B was used as a middleware connected with DHT11, MQ2, and MQ135 sensors to measure the temperature, humidity, and the gases and air quality levels. Data is published to the EMQS broker, then subscribed to by a server for analysis. And the system calculates the safety index and uses the anomaly detection to identify the risk and send alerts to the web dashboard. To calculate the environmental safety index, it equally weighs these 4 sensors readings based on the safety values defined. And finally, this averages these scores to provide a comprehensive environmental safety measures. On the other hand, the system implements the isolation process algorithm to identify the unusual patterns. It prefers the latest temperature sensor readings, then calculates anomaly scores for new readings. And unless triggers when 3 consecutive anomalous readings occur with safety index below 30, indicating the sustained extreme condition. The system also monitors the trends by comparing prior readings against with the historical baselines. And for the result, we compared the YOLO V8 to the YOLO V11 to select the best model for the PPE detection. And YOLO V11 Nano emerged as the best performer and showing the strong results across all key measures on the validation sets. And the prediction output demonstrated the YOLO V11's abilities to accurately detect and associate PPE items with the workers, even in the complex construction environments with the multiple workers and overlap equipment. And for the environmental monitoring validation, we simulated 100 historical reports and real-time streaming data. Our isolation process algorithm successfully detected anomalous by buffering the latest 100 sensor values and flagging 3 consecutive abnormal readings with 5% on terminal rate. The critical alerts were generated when the safety index dropped below 30 or MQ2 gases levels exceeded 100 ppm. We also implement the incident correlation and automatically linking safety incidents with the environmental conditions at the time of the occurrence and anchoring the root cause endpoints. And in conclusion, this project delivers an IoT system to transforming the construction safety. And YOLO V11 Nano ensures the accurate PPE detection and the IoT sensors monitoring environmental hazards, reducing the errors and strengthening the safety culture. Future work includes improving the accuracy and expanding the hazard detection and field test process. This system makes the construction more safer through the IoT technology and the AI technology. And this is our reference to our research. And this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for the time.
I will ask one question.
Okay.
Did you use any existing deep learning software to make any results? Did you do any machine learning or deep learning based on the data available?
Thank you for the question. First time we are now adopting the YOLO model, and YOLO model is a framework for deep learning for detecting the protective equipment.
Yeah, do you know what YOLO means? What does YOLO mean? YOLO. What does it mean? What does it stand for? YOLO. You only live once. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Good luck. Thank you for your nice talk. Good luck. Yeah. We start next.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll proceed to the next paper ID. It is 160. Paper ID 160. The presenters are from JNP Vijayanagar.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, visible, and your PPT is also visible.
So good morning, exhibitions. So industry partners. I'm Anomaly from the Department of Information Technology, Government and India. So it's my privilege to present my work, performance analysis of classical post-quantum cryptography and hybrid identity scheme for transportation 1.3 on general purpose architectures. So this work is for by guide Dr. Mulata Madam on the Department of Computer Science and Gokaraju. So this research investigates the computational and bandwidth limitations of my from classical performance and hybrid work. Then we provide a controlled benchmarking study on general purpose architecture to quantify the real overhead introduced by post-quantum primitives during authenticated case studies. So the motivation is practical, while the transition to post-quantum cryptography is necessary, deployment cost must be very limited.
Sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not changing.
Okay.
You are still in the process.
Okay. So coming to abstract, so let me please summarize the motivation and the core findings of this study. So yeah, the quantum computing process is structural bedroom classical computing cryptography, particularly in RSA and cryptography. So yeah, once large scale quantum machines become practical, there is a today. This system will no longer provide security guidance, therefore transition to post-quantum cryptography is not optional, it is mandatory. And however, immediate placement replacement is risky. The transition safeguard standard word is recommend hybrid authenticated workflows, so where classical and post-quantum primitives come. So this raises a practical question. What is the measurable performance overhead of hybrid authenticated key exchange on general purpose? This overhead has not been rigorously quantified in clean, controlled manner. In this work, we benchmark three operational modes model on TLS 1.3, that is classical mode, PQC only mode, and hybrid mode. So we have listed on the classical PQC as well as hybrid mode. And we use module like this key encapsulation mechanism, quite for key exchange and evaluate three NIST signature finalists. Okay, PQS post-quantum safe signatures that is defined by NIST, that is module lattice digital signature algorithm, Falcon, Whitefall, and Spins. So the key findings, hybrid AT using MLKEM combined with Falcon Whitefall increased the client-side latency by approximately 390%. So rising from that is 162.3 microseconds to 796.7 microseconds. However, not all PQC choices are expensive. Suppose when we go for MLDSP 44, the sign time is 132 times faster than Spins. So more interestingly, PQC only MLDSP 44 is 45% faster than classical elliptic curve distance signature algorithm, that is P256 in our experiment system. So why I need to do this research? So to understand the motivation for this study, we must first consider the quantum threat model. So modern publicly cryptographic algorithms like RSA and elliptic curve is based on computational coordinates of integer factorization and discrete logarithm problems. Okay, so in 1984, the Shaw demonstrated a quantum algorithm capable of solving both problems in quantum. In the practical, the mathematical foundations of RSA is for us. This creates a serious strategic risk known as the harvest now and the later. So what is the harvest now and that means? So once with the classical computers, classical encryption method, they download all the data. Once the two-day comes in, quantum computer, a sufficient quantum computer came, so they will crack the quantum computer. Therefore, the migration to the post-quantum cryptography must begin before the quantum computer begins operation. In response to this threat, NIST completed its post-quantum standard process in 2022, and there are three algorithms. Crystal Striker is standardized as MLKEM, that is module lattice key encapsulation mechanism for key encapsulation, and the crystal Helium standardized as MLDPL module lattice letter digital signature algorithm, and Falcon as principles. So, immediate replacement of classical cryptography introduced uncertainty. As a transitional safeguard, the hybrid approach has been recommended in this model. Classical algorithms such as PCD, elliptic curve, diffusion, are combined with post-quantum algorithms such as MLK. This belt and suspender strategy ensures that if either classical or PQC primitive is compromised, the system remains safe. So, however, the security redundancy is not free. Post-quantum algorithms generally involve larger key sizes, larger signatures, increased computation complexity. So these factors can impact latency, bandwidth, and scalability, especially in constrained environments such as IoT systems. Therefore, the central question becomes: what is the real computational cost of adopting the post-quantum and hybrid authenticated key exchange in real? Yes, so this proposal methodology, I tried all the three algorithms, and it is a performance analysis only on the general purpose architecture, like the system, whatever system I am using, and I need to go for the what we call IoT devices are constrained devices. So actually, everyone is visible, ma'am? Yeah. Okay. So what we have used is OpenSSL for classical encryption and network means the library for open quantum state, that is the post quantum approaches like the Falcon key encapsulation mechanism and the PQC methods. All we were using the networks library. So mainly I considered bandwidth overhead and the computational latency, and so bandwidth overhead is the network transmission cost, memory requirements, and packet fragmented risk, and energy consumption in the constrained devices. So starting with the classical baseline, ECDSP means the classical architecture. Okay, it is very limited in size when we generate the public key or the signature. But when we go for the PQC, the signature cost is 7752 bytes, the size of the signature is. And but in the PQC method means what we call post quantum safe digital signature. The Falcon is the best one. Remind the strings or MLDSA. Their size is when we go for strings, it is 17 KB. Will take 17 KB, which is at present, it is not feasible when we go for strings plus. But for the MLDS particle, it's a balanced one that is 13 for 13 for public key size and 2425 signature. And here the latency, when we come back to MLDSA 44, that is positive, that is 65.8. Okay. These are only PQC methods. And Falcon, which is lower, that is 624. And we go for strings, it is 8,713.8 microseconds. So, okay, only one of the, if we go for PQC, that is PQC only, that is MLDSC 44. And the total handshake was, when we go for PLS 1.3, the total we need to calculate the total handshake is the best measurement, the measurable metric, that is total handshake was, that is 90.0 microseconds. So when we go for PQC only method, then we go for the MLDSK algorithm. So these are the cost of for each and every algorithm method. So let me conclude by summarizing the key findings of the study. First, migration to the hybrid authenticated key exchange introduced measurable and sometimes substantial latency overhead. Depending on the user signature algorithm, we observed that this ranges from 44% to 5,380% relative to the classical baseline. This variation is not marginal. This algorithm dependent and operationally significant. Second, there is no universally optimal post-quantum algorithm. This selection depends on deployment constraints. If latency is critical, we go for MLDSA for. And if bandwidth is a constraint, we go for Falcon Python. The strings we were considerably conservative due to the hash-based design because trivial computational and bandwidth penalties, making it largely impractical for client-side real-time applications. And third, an important and somewhat counter-intuitive result is the PQC only MLDSA, but can outperform the classical ECDSA baseline on modern systems. So this suggests that well-optimized lattice-based cryptography is deployment feasible on general purpose architectures. Overall, the main contribution of this work providing a quantitative, decision-oriented framework for evaluating hybrid TLS. Thank you. So these are the references. That is all.
Hello, are there any questions from the audience? Are there any questions? All right, I will ask one question. I don't know whether you are aware or not. Even with quantum computers, even with quantum computers, solving NP-hard problems cannot be done in polynomial time. Are you aware of this? Okay, so
are you able to hear my voice?
Madam, because I'm not.
So can you hear my voice?
Hello.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you talked about like post-quantum and hybrid schemes. So how compatible are these post-quantum and hybrid schemes with our existing architectures? And you also mentioned that there are some challenges on deploying on general purpose architecture. Can you tell me in few sentences, maybe one or two sentences, what are those challenges for deploying this on the general purpose architectures? Okay, no problem. Like we can just move on for the next presentation because we are running short of time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep.
The next paper ID is paper ID 21. The presenters are from ICWSNUCA-2026.
So, am I visible? Yes. Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon to all the session chair members and the coordinators, as well as the presenters present here. I'm Jyoti Dwara from Digital University, and I'll be presenting my paper titled as Distributional Aware Statistical Analysis using Normality Test, thus exploring the scope for pre-discretization analysis. So, this is the overall outline that I'll be covering. So, let's begin with the abstract. So in today's era of digitalization, there is a huge demand of an effective mechanism for discovering the knowledge that is hidden, as well as to handle the continuous attributes that are residing in it. So here, among all the pre-processing methods, we can say, is my screen okay? Okay. I'm sharing again. Okay, is it visible now? Okay, okay. So here, one of the pre-processing method known as discretization can play a major role in handling those continuous attributes. So it basically like takes the values from the continuous values and then map them into number of intervals. So now, here, the applicability of augmented test as a prerequisite can help in determining those intervals efficiently so that the complex methods can be handled properly. So let's start with the introduction. So in today's scenario, as I told, that there is a lot of data that are generated every day. So there is a huge importance of proper utilization of this data optimally. So the applicability of statistical methods has increased significantly due to the advancements of technologies.
thus growing the demand for improving and introducing an efficient data preprocessing method. So out of the data preprocessing method, as I told earlier, discretization can play a major role in handling the continuous attributes or enhancing the distribution characteristics of the data. But okay, so basically the discretization methods that are already available, so I'll not go into detail. So some research gaps were identified in these reviews that while determining the number of intervals, the underlying distribution pattern was not measured efficiently, as well as the exploring of normality test as a previous mechanism left exploration. Thus, our method performs by uses five normality tests for determining which one will perform efficiently on the discretization methods. So there is five discretization methods that is applied, out of which two is supervised and three is unsupervised. And to evaluate this method, we have utilized a C4.5 classifier for determining its performance. So this is the description of the dataset. So here, four datasets are being utilized. So some EDA is performed for determining the missing values, and as I told earlier, 5 of the normal data is being utilized. So these are the results of the detections done by the normal test. So these are the results for iris dataset, low-level dataset. This is for driving dataset as well as reason dataset. So here we can see from this graph that stimulus and courtesies could detect efficiently the distribution patterns of the dataset, and this comparative analysis proves that. So here we can see that for each discretization method, stimulus and courtesies is performing. The first graph shows for equal bit, the second is for equal frequency, third is for cadence, fourth is for timers, the fifth is for MPLP. So it was performed on iris as well as the second four graphs, it depicts the results for recent datasets. Here also we can see stimulus and courtesies is performing well. So the last four graphs, similarly, the last four graphs depicts the results for the driving dataset, and the last graph depicts the results for low-level dataset. So we can finally conclude that stimulus and courtesies are detected properly in the normal test, and by using it as a prerequisite, the C4.5 classifier it performs well. As well as the feature work can be extended by incorporating some relation between the feature selection methods and also introducing other interaction mechanisms, so that this approach can be applied to our real-world data. Thank you. So these are some of the references I cited in this paper. Thank you.
Hello. Are there any questions from the participants? Are there any questions? All right. So, what's your main contribution in the paper? What's your main contribution?
Yes, sir. Actually, my main contribution is that to determine whether normality test can serve as the prerequisite for discretization. Actually, discretization is actually required for it acts as a preprocessing step, but since the issue lies there, so we'll try that whether the requiring while incorporating the normality test, whether that issue can be reduced, like it cannot be reduced to 100%, but still if unless if it's reduced, then it will be of great help.
Can you say that your contribution is empirical or a theoretical? Is it an empirical numerical contribution, or there is some theoretical basis for it?
So if numerical only like the normality test is already available in the literature, I just applied it and checked which normality test can perform better. So out of all the normality tests, stimulus and courtesies was able to detect the true distribution of the data and thus guiding the counter discretization effectively.
So,
and the discretization methods which
yeah, okay, thank you. I have one more question for you. So you talk about the statistical distributions. So can this approach be generalized across various statistical distributions, or it is usually trained for normality testing?
Oh, so can you please repeat?
Like, can your approach be generalized across different statistical distributions?
Yeah, statistical distribution, yes, normal distributions were considered basically. Like I just checked for normal distribution. So as there are three variations like left skew, right skew, so I checked for that. So if this method is working fine for normal distribution, then yes, one more feature what we can add, then we can like extend this for multi-model distribution.
Okay, thank you.
The presenters are from Gokaraju University, Tripura. I request all of you to introduce about your topic for 2 lines and directly go to the methodology, results, and discussions. Sir, you can proceed.
My screen is visible.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Good afternoon, respected chairs and participants. I am Jiral Kumar, presenting my work. Graph transform based intelligent framework for video identification and disease causal interpretation paragraphs. So this is my guideline, the guidelines of Dr. C. Shashank Madam, Department of CSC at Mohambab University. So why I am choosing this as the main objective of my research work is that the main objective is to develop the intelligent framework using the graph transform network to accurately detect the weeds and predict the diseases in crops. So that is that I'm choosing this one, madam. Let me click on this is that here outline overall today presentation what I'm doing here. I concentrate on my research gaps, research reviews, and proposed methodologies and conclusions and references. And come to my abstract here. All of you know about the system. And the is the key it provides that here food and jobs, and it decreases the, but it increases the population. That is the higher food production. So this is and wheat sites. So we need to which you reduce the crop yield. So manually checking this is very slow and difficult, and it's very difficult. So need to from structural is needed to the early stage detection to the weeds and diseases, to critical diseases. So for the point of view, I am taking that an existing model, traditional Kanzian models as well across heterogeneous radicals. That's why I'm using it here as a graph analysis framework here. We propose the automated detection and prediction. So here I'm looking at the spectral model, local and global station dependence. So using data sets are selected through land expo and price disease detection to avoid better standard performance metrics. So this is about my small direction. I'd like to come now introduction about my topic here. So here the security, most problem security problem is there, daddy security. So 30 to 40% problems also there. So they need to improve my accuracy. Not only this other classification methods. There is a NDDI in nothing but normalized difference vegetation index, green normalized difference vegetation index, and simple vegetation index here. So these are taking methods and providing in the accuracy. So this is my introduction, and this is a very approach to some areas members and members and information about my and like how we have to do that. Such here, the detection and this detection. That's why it is
assign providing the accuracy also at early stage detection. So coming to the point of the proposed methodology, so here I propose in the graph transfer based intelligent framework. So automated already discussed the point of we detect that weak detection and that is predictions in multi-level. So I'm using here these methods methods here and different find implement on framework, intelligent framework to detect the early stage. So this is my one brief methodology what I'm doing. So in that by here, already know that here that processing the graph, doing that here, and graph construction, graph transfer learning, and classification learning, different algorithms. This is different diseases affects also maize also keep here, and finally the center and finally conclude that belongs to which disease are affected. So this is our methodology. The results and this discussion here. So there's methods and different methods that's used. Here finally I provide the maximum accuracy. Maximum accuracy it is on 0.72 and the lowest is 0.152. This is my hardware maximum accuracy. So let me confirm that finally higher resolution than plans from imaginary. These are data sets. Central is also data set, and comparing with that here, the previous one. So this is a comparative analyzing presentation. Previous performance comparison of multiple those here, and performance comparison proposed models with state levels and performance proposed models of various data sets. So I will told that here I'm using this type of data sets here, Central 2 and Plan Score, and this is the RISE data sets. This is that one of the things by using this convolution models, we will get these results. Okay. This is about here resuming techniques. And finally, conclude my conclusion and future work. Here I'm proposing that the graph transfer based framework. Here, whether conversion is converted to the retrospective dependence to provide the accuracy. And my finally, presentation I'm showing the accuracy is here 0.163 and performance is here 0.99% per class. So finally, and use that so this is my video presentation and this is my references. I will keep it here. Thank you to all.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sir?
Can you hear me?
Sir?
Yeah. So, so your contribution is to take the graph transformer based ideas and apply them to precision agriculture. Is that what it is? Hello. Are there any questions? Are there any questions from the audience?
So can you hear the question? What type of data did you use for training? What?
I am listening to the real-time data source. So for data set point of view, for data set point of view, I mentioned here three data sets. One is the plant data set and satellites. From my images was satellites, satellite images, and I also using that real-time images. I gathered some real-time.
Okay, thank you.
Seventy, 80 minutes.
So paper ID 69.
Madam, can I do the presentation now? Myself, Guru Baswana, ID 15.
Ma'am, now I am ready now. Sir,
Yes, yes.
due to technical issue that I can't able to answer you.
Okay.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Ma'am, is it visible? Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am presenting our research work titled A Framework for Predicting Student Academic Performance Using Recognition-Based Data Mining and OLAP. I'm Kirti from Department of Engineering College of Pradesh, and my co-author is this speaker, Timanrao Balaram, Department of Information Technology, GLEC, Andhra Pradesh, and Sachin Devuri, Department of Information Communication Technology, Fakir Mohun University, Odisha. Before proceeding with my detailed presentation, I would like to clarify that the conceptual foundation of this work is not entirely novel. However, strength of our contribution lies in the systematic methodology, structured workflow, the organized implementation. The framework was carefully designed and developed using SQL Server Integration Services, that is SSIS, and SQL Server Management Studio, that is SSMS, Visual Studio, schema designs like stars, snowflake, and vertical constellation schemas, and also few deployment techniques to ensure clarity, consistency, and practical applicability. The main my research focuses on understanding how social media usage affects academic performance and how we can predict and analyze it using machine learning and OLAP techniques. The entire presentation consists of these components. Coming to the abstract, in this study, okay, ma'am. Coming to the abstract, in this study, camera is not on. Okay, sorry. Now, ma'am? Yes. Okay, thank you. Coming to the abstract, in this study, we propose a hybrid framework that combines regression-based data mining with online analytical processing to predict and analyze student academic performance. We collected data from 1,200 undergraduate students. During major selection, we are using random forest. We found that the daily study hours and social media usage time, the most influence factors affecting CGPA. And data regression performed best with MSC of 0.1 and aspect value of 0.13. Area of 8 OLAP cubes and power table, dimensional analysis, and interactive search. Media performance. Coming to the introduction part. It deals with social media plays both positive and negative roles in a student life. When used in a structured and guided manner, it can support learning and knowledge sharing. However, excessive entertainment-based uses can lead to distraction and overstimulation. So, existing research mostly focuses on the prediction of the apparently. There is a need for integrated framework combines predictive modeling with the critical visualization. Research addresses this gap. Coming to literature's review, many previous studies have examined the impact of social media on academic performance across different countries. some studies found a negative impact to excessive usage, while others observed that controlled and academic-oriented usage can improve learning outcomes. Research has also explored educational data mining and OLAP in isolation. However, very few studies combine regression models with OLAP-based multidimensional analysis. This gap motivated our proposed framework. Coming to the research gaps, from the literature review, we identified several research gaps. First, there is a lack of unified frameworks that combine predictive modeling and OLAP analysis. Second, there is a limited uses of multidimensional schemas to analyze academic performance. Third, the regression models are rarely integrated with the interactive dashboards. So finally, there is a need for real-time and exploratory academic performance and analytics. Our framework attempts to address these limitations. Next, we are going to discuss about the proposed methodology, what we are using in my research work. We proposed a framework called SPKD, stands for Selection, Reprocessing, Knowledge Discovery, and Deployment. In the selection phase, we collected survey data from students. In the processing, we handled basic data, normalized data, and encoding categorical variables and removed outliers. In the knowledge discovery phase, we applied regression models such as linear regression, KNN, and SVM, and decision tree also. Finally, the deployment state, we build OLAP cubes using stars, snowflake, and constellation schemas for multi-dimensional and coming to results and discussion. From our regression experiments, linear regression outperformed other models with the lowest MSE of 0.31 and R-square of 0.13. We observed that study hours show a positive correlation with CGPA, while social media usage shows a negative correlation. OLAP operations such as drill down, roll up, slides, drives, and reload enabled detailed multidimensional analysis. Power BI dashboards provided interactive CGPA prediction and visualization. Coming to comparative analysis, in regression comparison, linear regression offered low error and high interpretability. Decision tree showed higher R-square but risk of overfitting. SVM captured nonlinear patterns but required high propagation. K-mean was sensitive to the outliers. In OLAP schema comparison, the star schema provided fast query performance and simplicity. The snowflake schema improved storage efficiency but increased complexity. The fact constellation schema supported cross-domain insights across multiple fact tables. The scatter plot, series scatter plot between CGPA and study time shows a positive trend. Indicator study hours generally improve the CGPA. The scatter plot between the CGPA and social media time shows a negative trend, indicating that higher social media usage is associated with the lower CGPA. And we are coming with a conclusion and future work. In conclusion, the SPKD framework successfully integrates machine learning and OLAP for academic analytics. Daily study hours and social media usage are dominant predictors of CGPA. So linear regression provided the best predictive performance. OLAP cubes enabled multidimensional analysis and Power BI dashboards enhanced decision making. The results confirm that excessive social media usage negatively affects the academic performance. For future work, we plan to apply ensemble and deep learning models on large data sets to improve prediction accuracy and scalability. And these are the references what we are used in this study. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Are there any questions? All right. If there are no questions, can you tell me the difference between linear regression and logistic regression? What's the difference?
In linear regression, we are using a continuous data sets. In logistic regression, we are using 1 by 1 plus E4 minus x. That means sigmoid functions we are using. And that too, I am taking not much data. Just I am taking a survey data with only 3 colleges. So we have a little bit less amount of data. So that's why I'm using the linear regression. We are not much concentrating on the logistic regressions.
Okay.
That too mainly I'm focusing on, in this research work, I'm mainly focusing on orange 2 and like this schema integrations, and the cube deployments. Major focusing on these tools, not
Okay, thank you.
analytical and results comparison.
The second question I have for you, so how adaptable is your system for different educational settings?
Yes, sir, we can adopt this like a app and website also. Major focus is actually in a Canva test we have a different concepts of data migration. Actually, my intention is to implement all these in a practical manner and tell the students in a lively manner. So that's why I implemented this.
So you can have a varying data quality,
Sir,
but varying data quality.
data problem is how social media affects the CGPA of the students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, am I audible, madam? Okay. Madam, due to some insufficient bandwidth, after some time, I think so, I may turn off my camera. I don't know. Let me see. I will try to keep my camera on. If in situation, if I found a lower bandwidth, then I will turn off. Let me see. Shall I share my data, madam? Now, once after clicking the share, where should I go, madam? Present the content only. Madam?
Yes.
Is it visible, ma'am, the scene?
Yeah, but the PPT is not.
Yeah. Now, madam? Yeah, very warm good afternoon to the session chairpersons, Professor Siva K. Uragat, Professor G. Ramamurthy, and Professor J. Praveen. And I also thank the coordinator, Dr. Rachna, Gokaraju and Taila, Team Engineering College, Hyderabad, for giving me this opportunity for giving this presentation. Myself, MG Gurgoswarna, currently working as an assistant professor in the Government Engineering College, Hassan. I also, on this occasion, I would like to thank our guide, Dr. Naveen Chembi, for all his support in making this paper as successful in finding out the result and in obtaining the results. On this occasion, I remember him and I thank him on this occasion. With your permission, can I proceed, madam? Is it audible, madam? Sure, madam, sure. Coming to my current title, I've carried my paper with the title Efficient Iris Recognition Framework with Future Optimization and Privacy Preserving Encryption. So, as I said, this is my guide. Next, coming to the slide, I'll go to slide number. Coming to the outlines of my presentation, it has an abstract, reduction, review, research gaps, methodology, results and discussions, comparative analysis, conclusion, future work, followed by the final results. Coming to abstract, as we all know, the iris recognition is playing a very significant role in the today's modern technology because of its unique characteristics. As we all know, most of the traditional existing practices of image processing are widely used in many domains, have a poor anti-noise capacity, and it has a very much disturbances. So, to overcome such traditional methods, we have tried to propose a new improved version of advanced technology, since there are so many open-ups where we can have several technological improvisation. So we went with the improved methodology and we proposed a iris recognition framework that integrates and integrates and secure a optimized pipeline to ensure a high recognition and privacy preservation. Following up on the keywords that we have gone through here. So one is LSTM, long short-term memory, CNN technology, histogram and oriented gradients, PCA technology, and ours is mainly concentrated on elliptic integrated encryption schemes, ECI. Moving on to, so in this paper we have carried out, as I said, to propose a secure and optimized recognition framework with an integrated feature optimization plus added with the privacy, security, preserving and encryption technology. So to carry out this, it demands for an applied pre-processing methods like min-max normalization and noise removal using a median filter, and followed by a perform hybrid feature extractions like binary pre-processing methods for texture representation, histogram, optimal gestures for structure and its representations. So next we have worked with a reducing feature dimension using a principal component analysis, which will bring the lower computational complexity, and also it has prevented so many redundant outcomes of the results. And coming to the next, for the feature extraction, so we have secure feature vector, which is my, as I said, this is my solution, elliptical curve integrated elliptical structure. In this, we have carried out these three things for my secure build-up of an result. So based on this, we have worked with several classifiers, image classifiers, iris classifiers. So in that, we have given a combination of CNN and LSTM combination. So by this, we have achieved about 98% of accuracy with compared to the previous traditional methods like AES and AES. So as I said, coming to the introduction, we have an iris recognition is important as on today because of its uniqueness, as I said already, stability over a long life, low probability of duplications and non-invasive applications. And also by our assisted methods, we can use, we have come up with several performances like root mean square error, we have identified so many minimal square errors, so which will regulate the balance between the recognition, accuracy and the data purity. So coming to the limitations, as I stated with the previous old practices, as I said, ES, DEC and UCC, we have sensitivity to noise and illumination variation. We have the dimensionality problem, like with the template size increases, so it is very difficult for us to predict due to the masking. So the nomination techniques becomes very complex. So thresholding dependency affects the accuracy and weak template security mechanisms. So these are all as per the old practices. So we went with the integrated framework, as I said, in order to balance the errors. So we went with a reducing complex compression complex, which ensures a secure biometric template protection. So these are all the temperature reviews that we have went with. So in this looking at paper number 1, we can the main intention of going for the deep. This particular title was a deep CNN for iris recognition was. Our intention was to go to the go in depth with a multiple layer analysis. So in this paper, we found that they achieved a fast and an accurate rate with reduced computational loads. So in the paper number 2. So it has included an adaptability across the heterogeneous data sets, so with the combined features. So feature extraction concepts is very important. So we went with the third paper, which has given us an info with the points on optimization, feature encoding probabilities, and a error that we can find due to several problems with respect to iris occlusion, emission problem, brightness, so many things as such. So we have found some importance over here how that can be resolved. So next, these are all some of the papers that we went for before starting up this, before taking up this challenge. So we find after the review, we find certain gaps. So in our objective is to improve the recognition rate. That is our main agenda. So in this constraint, so we find certain limitations with respect to crypto production within the recognition pipelines. And also, we recognize that we can go for, as I said, dimensional feature vector, which will bring an increase in the computational complexity. So we have, so there is a chance for deep learning models, which we can improve the classification rates. And also a framework which will combine the classical feature descriptors with the deep learning models. So all these lacunas made us to design an architecture or a model which will improve the accuracy and which will bring the reduction in the dimensionality. Finally, we can secure the biometric template scoring. And also, we can perform this computational efficiency for we are planning. I mean, our agenda is to bring this not only the static rate, but also in the dynamic analysis for the real-time deployment. For example, in
insufficient evidence collection during incidents, we use microcontroller, microphone that records the raw audio, and also GPS that tells where the problem has been, where the malware has been raised, and also poor integration with the police and emergency services. They have no connection to the police, hospitals, and other distress helpers. And coming to the methodology, we artificial intelligence driven response for assistance use AI and IoT based human safety systems. Our main concentration is on the AI integration and also the working of our IoT system. And so how it works is we have an input saying that suddenly heartbeat has been raised, and then the heartbeat will be detecting the anomaly situation of the person and analyze the module by collecting the data, that is turning on the microphone, and alert goes to the nearest police station and hospitals. The location tracking will be done to the police station and other people. And smart route suggestion module. About smart route suggestion module, let's go further. So here is the map. It is the person who's using our map will press start button, and so once let us go to the right. Prevention safety. Prevention safety will be given, and smart route planning will be given. Smart route planning is being designed in a way using all the data. The data that you have used is no criminal, less criminal activity, and more streetlight availability, and also a lot of people roaming in busy areas basically. So those are the data we have used to plan our smart route planner. So user opens the app, enters start and destination. The front end sends request to backend with calls. The backend calculates routes and also sends the safest route that can be chosen. And then displays the route on the map with safety highlights. While this while a person is on their way to the destination, if something happens, they will be wearing a wearable device. When the register is applied, when a problem has arrived, the pulse sensor and accelerometer gets working, and if there's a problem, they get activated within a second when they're not being drivers. And then emergency contact police, everybody comes, then evidence will be collected and cloud services will be working efficiently. And also monitors reading until the monitors will be reading until the person is found. This is the total project of ours, and we have have an IoT wearable device with integrated sensors, and mobile app will be running back in the background automatically with the help of Wi-Fi. And AIML layer is, we use AIML layer here to detect unusual spikes, have heartbeat rises, all of the action takes place. So we have cloud backend, cloud with all the locations that evidence is saved, and we have notification push alert system to guardians and police. We have a dashboard that I'll be showing it in the next one. So as we see here, accelerometer and also heartbeat sensor. If heartbeat will be between 60 to 100. If it rises suddenly to 120 or 130, then it starts working. The system starts working and AI starts working. And we have a microscope which is going to detect all of their voice and stores it. And here is the smartphone planner at the right side that shows the perfect route among all the lines. It shows us the best route. And also this is the dashboard. This is the dashboard that says track me, safe route, and also trusted contacts and safety tips. We also have a safety planner that engages all the stuff that I've explained. And emergency is something when you have phone with you and you can just press on emergency so that you get the assistance that you need. And this is the IoT device that we put on us. We put the heartbeat sensor on our hand, and the rest of it automatically takes place. And this is how, at the right side, this is how we can see the WhatsApp message that has come to the emergency contacts, like police station, and also your parents or whoever is your guide. And we want the result and discussion. So basically, IDRA detects emergency situations by analyzing real-time sensor and data, generating abnormal activities in his observer. The accelerometer, microphone, heart rate sensors work together to identify sudden movements, distress sounds, and elevated PPM levels. When this calculated risk score exceeds the threshold, the system automatically sends emergency alerts and suggestions to safe travel routes. System interfaces alerts. Our smart planner helps most of the works get solved over there. And even if there is a problem, the Arduino ID monitoring helps us track the people and also environmental data is given to it. Automated WhatsApp alerts will be delivered successfully. And also the user dashboard is open for all of them since Wi-Fi is available and mobile data will be on and for the phones 24/7. And also good running is given. And comparative analysis, we have dimensional human safety primarily depend on manual SOS triggers. It's not manually figured in SOS triggers. Basically, GPS tracking and audio communication reliant on internet access. During connection panic, network coverage, these approaches also fail to.
My company is survey paper. Yes. So due to this, the rapid growth of IoT by 2030, the 30 billion of systems, IoT systems are connected to the cloud computing. So it is a very demanding of the real-time data processing. It is going to take more time to give the result for each and every IoT devices. So that it is going to face many of the problems such as we are going to discuss right now. Several limitations are there, high latency and increased energy consumption are there because of it is connected so far from the edge devices, high bandwidth cost to connecting challenges. So that the edge computing we are taking place along with the deep learning models. There are deep learning models we are going to incorporate into the edge computing. So despite these advancements, there are a few of the challenges are there. So that is the competition problems, and then the energy constraints are also there, and also it is going to face huge security risks. So edge computing paradigm is connected directly to the IoT devices. So there are multi-axis edge computing, which compression very close to the network. Is the one according to the survey paper, madam. So here I have been, yes, madam, yes. I have been gone through many of these papers here. So here how they are incorporate these deep learning models into the edge computing. So here, when we are going to passing the data of the edge itself, we can able to reduce the time and also we can make the real-time decisions. So many of the applications we have seen a few of the applications like the health care applications, transportations, and agriculture point of view. In healthcare applications, so there we are using IoT sensors, that's computing deep learning models. So real-time patient monitoring. So like as fault detection. When there are the elders are there, they are going to be facing many of the problems. Here by using watches, smart watches like that, we can able to monitor them in real time. And also any disease detection by using these deep learning models. So there we can able to identify the disease earlier. So like I said, COVID-19 and some abnormalities of the heart and also cancers. So these are the few diagrams. So how we are going to bring some wearables, laptop, tablet, all this. Then it is going to be edge servers. If it is more we need, you can able to store the same connected with the cloud computing is also. So coming to the agriculture, here also we are using IoT sensors, drones, UAV, and how we are going to implement deep learning. Many of the purposes have been drawn to. So from this, they are using the some of the deep learning models, LSTM, CRM, UAV, something. So here it is going to analyze the soil moisture, how the soil is and temperature, humidity. So based on that, what we can able to propose for the crop. So here we can able to predict water requirements and detect weeds in real time, so that we can able to get the healthy crop. Coming to the smart transportation, so here also we are going to incorporating deep learning models. So like yellow, CNN, end-to-end, all this. So here we can able to get autonomous driving, and you can able to recognize that any accidents and any abnormalities will happen in the road, all this. So deep learning models provide interpretation in India when we are going to processing data at the edge itself. We can able to take it. End-to-end is going to do that CNN is going to do just converting the images into the steering commands. So it is the autonomous driving, it is very much visible. Reinforcement learning is very much visible for the identifying the detections, that is the abnormal conditions. So this is the summarization of all these. So we are the paper. So few of there are there. Titles and attributes detect false in elderly people using mobile IoT devices. The outcome of this is, so they are going to comparing all the models. So which one is going to provide the best one? So here accuracy and precision are analyzed that. So drawbacks of this is limited data set size, focus only on fault detection, scalability for large population not validated. So in the second level, regarding to that so here they are going to use the drones and thermal imaging to detect the COVID-19. Here the drawbacks of UAV infrastructure we are using. Thermal imaging may produce some false positives, non-relevant. So some privacy concerns are also there. The cost of deployment is very high. As challenges. Okay. So here, in order to incorporate these models into the edge computing, we need to develop the very lightweight models, so that when we are going to create lightweight models, so it is going to take the it can't able to processing the larger data sets, so that the accuracy will be reduced. So here, this is the one of the major challenges here. So overfitting problems also comes up when we are going to use the less number of samples for the data set. So some limited computation power and mainly edge constraint, that is the resource constraints of the high energy resolution of deep learning models in resource constraints environments. The conclusion in future was, the conclusion is edge computing significantly reduce the latency and bandwidth usage. So by using deep learning, we can make real-time decisions at IoT device itself. So it is very much useful for healthcare, transportation, agriculture. So integration improves system responsiveness and efficiency. Further automation is also required for faster processing and the lower energy consumption. The future work, according to our my study, the future work develop lightweight and adaptive deep learning models for the HH environment, is federal learning and advanced data aggregation for privacy, measurement training, design energy efficient algorithms based on the energy constraints, improves scalability through distributed hierarchical learning models. So these are few references. Thank you, madam. Any correspondence?
So, you have done this survey work, right? Literature survey mostly. You have done the literature survey mostly, right? You have not implemented any your work.
Samika is coming, sir.
You have done the literature survey, right? Mostly literature survey. Am I audible?
Sir, I'm not getting properly. Madam, yes, madam.
What is my question is, what is the summary? Because you have done so many survey, so many.
Summary, sir. Yeah. Summary. Sir, yes, sir. Yes, please, sir.
The summary from your perspective.
Madam. Madam, sir. Yeah. Audible, sir. Audible, sir. Yes, sir. Summary, sir. The summaries regarding my applications, I have gone through the few of the papers that I get here, sir. What are the drafts are there in the previous paper, existing papers? My study aim is to what we can able to do in the future to incorporate deep learning models into the edge computing so that we can able to reduce the latency. So your edge computing is providing low latency, deep learning models are providing the intelligence. Together, both we can enable to get the real-time processing data. So that we can able to take the immediate decision, the actions. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Can I share? I'm sorry to interrupt. My paper it is 9:11. Can I go next? Hello, is it flexible now?
Sir.
Good afternoon, respected chairpersons and guest scholars. I am Uma, editor scholar, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Mohan Babu University, Tirupati. And my co-scholar is Sushama from the same university. In this presentation, I will introduce a hybrid deep learning framework that I will enhance the simulation diagnosis using shuffle transformer network with efficient redundancy passive network. Automated analysis of thermoscopic message images plays an important role in detection of stimulation analysis. Deep learning techniques have significantly improved performance in this domain. However, many existing systems struggle to simultaneously capture fine local details broader global context. In order to provide computer-aided diagnostic system, we have to efficient demographic images. As a result, inaccurate relation segmentation and unstable classification performance remain open challenges. Among existing approaches, many are based upon a CNN, convolutional neural network, which are effective in learning local texture images only, and which are not considering the broader images and the features of the images. And the recent technologies and transformers and the vision transformers have been introduced for overcoming this issue and enforcing all the images. But allowing using vision transformers can neglect the local features. So this proposed framework suggested that a single model can't able to predict or analysis for the efficient relation. So considering these research gaps, our hybrid model can assess these issues and reducing these issues and providing a proposed methodology having good accurate segmentation and considering both local and global feature learning at a time. And this is my proposed methodology that we are giving the images to them firstly pre-processing by the filter. Here the images are pre-processed where the unwanted data the images are removed here using highlighter filter. The pre-processing image is given to the segmentation. For this segmentation, we are using an action penalty network. Here we can get the qualitative segmented image. This segmented image is gone to the classification as a computer. Here, the segmented image can be classified whether the skin having the Benign or Malvin. These are the features we are considering here. In vision transformers based global encoding and the shuffle blocks based local feature extractions are used here in this vision transformers. Shuffle network is one of the type in vision transformers. And coming to the results, we are worked on achieving one double-zero data set where the frame implemented in Python. Here, this data set has the wide space data set with the thermoscopic images. And we are performing both segmentation and classification at a time to enhance the accuracy of the indexion analysis. For this, we performed using the standard metrics for the segmentation and classification, such as accuracy, recall, reference code, and many others. Overall, we get the accuracy of 99% accuracy among both the classification and segmentation. We also perform comparative analysis with the existing papers. Firstly, our main intention is the good performance. Here we both using segmentation and classification for the predictive analysis. This is the major comparison that got the highest performance. And previous features models have used TLM, which doesn't consider the border detection. Here we are using both segmentation where the EPSP net are considered border detection also, where the features can be considered decision textures. And the better feature representation, as I told earlier, CNN are not good for the border features, and the vision transformers are not good for the local features when the image is high. So by combining both these, we get the good analysis there. And for this proposed method, we got achieved the lowest false positives and false negatives, which is the highlights the potential of this project proposed method and the proposed method suitable for real world information applications. And coming to the conclusion, at last we developed a hybrid model framework where considering three stages: reprocessing, segmentation, and classification using different models. so that we consider it as a hybrid model deep learning framework. As we discussed earlier, we got the accuracy of 89% and precision of 98%, where we didn't get the less. This highest performance makes this analysis better. And the future of for this is for integrating more advanced deep learning feature extraction techniques at the earlier stage, where it may be reduced to further implement diagnostic performance. These are the few references I considered. Yes, sir. These are the few. These are the papers I considered. We compared with this. These are the comparison analysis. Currently, yes, sir. Using the CNN with the accuracy is about 88% user. After using these vision transformers with the shuffle network, we got the accuracy was about 98 to 99%. Then it is not about 2-3%, sir. It is about 10%. Clearly, previous paper, previous are 88% and this is 98%. And the cost effective is not more than the CNN, sir. But for vision transformers, we have to use some high-end laptops to focus the sir. Yes, sir. Here, firstly, we segmenting the images. Before segmenting images also, we are pre-processing the images back down and is reloaded. After segmenting the relation with the only there only we are dividing classifying the images. So there is no bias here. Before based upon the predefined data sets only, we are going to developing this. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And also respected chairpersons and also all participants. Good afternoon. My name is K. Pedros. I am assistant professor of Nursery Engineering. Public title is Adaptive Networks of Anomaly Detection using Hybrid Deep Learning Framework on Real-Time Threats Detections in Cloud Computing. So the outline of the presentations, abstract introductions, literature service, proposal system, and advantages, applications, result analysis, and also conclusions of the futures work under references. Now, our project abstractions, the cloud data security must be maintained and also cyber security, cloud infrastructures. Just 1 minute. Yeah. But the measure of the abstract, if any of the objectives will be detecting from that, the detecting we are using to the hybrid deep learning of the hybrid deep learning we are considering to the LSTM. The LSTM is long short-term memory and also the convolutional neural networks. These who are to detect the high level of the deep learning of the objectives will be considered. Now and also these two are the majorly working to the adaptive of the crocodile optimization algorithm will be considered to the and also the major introduction to the cyber threats intelligence, the cyber security, the cyber threats intelligence, we are constrained to the major collecting analysis of the data. We are constrained to the, there are more number of threats like bugs, or there are some more number of issues will be there. Now, these problems we are considering to the literature reviews of they were considering. Now the proposed methods, the series, these diagrams, the cloud provide will be multiple of the data will be collecting, and also the collecting of the data will be considering to the
Madam, should I share the screen or just your image? Yes, it is. Is my screen visible? Okay, so good afternoon. So my name is Naneshwar Patil, and I'm today here to present a research titled ML Playground, a real-time system for visual model evaluation and AI-powered analysis. I would also like to acknowledge my co-authors Swada Singh, Tanisha Vilkar, Archana Lakhe, and Shamta Mathur. Our focus is on making machine learning model evaluation transparent, interactive, and accessible. So basically coming to our outline of presentation, over the next few minutes, I will walk you through the core problem we identified in machine learning education, the existing literature and critical research data. Then I will introduce our proposed methodology, discuss our results, and demonstrate how our platform uniquely solves this challenge. So coming to abstract, so let's start with the core problem. Novel learners, which are the new learners, even some AI scientists frequently struggle with model selection due to complexity of evaluation matrix. Our solution is ML Playground. It is an interactive visualization framework designed to simplify model comparison. We also provide real-time model visualization using matrices like R-square, ME, RMC, and confusion matrices. We also have integrated shape analysis for explainable AI. Uniquely, we feature an AI assistant powered by Llama 3.1, which is an 8 billion parameters model through GLEC API, so which is faster to evaluate, to get the response from the model. And we provide the output in natural language explanations for the model so they can easily understand the model explanation. Coming to introduction, so as we know, there is a rapid research going on in ML. So sectors like healthcare and finance, which demands practitioners who truly interpret model. However, traditional teaching relies heavily on static data. So as a novel learner, it is difficult to analyze those models. So this will be the platform which will be visualized based, so they can learn from this. Also, there is something like AI scientists which don't need the UI. They can directly evaluate from the command line. So there is SAP analysis which will be from command line, which will show the waterfall graphs and that. So these are the literature reviews. So coming to literature reviews, so these are all scattered literature reviews, as there was no particular software which combines all this. So there was SHAP analysis, another paper, then again the models, another paper like this. So there were classification papers, there were class regression papers. So we have gone through every paper which we are combined. And the research gap, so this is where our project makes the uniqueness. So first, existing tools are highly fragmented. They focus on web value, like there are only websites which directly we upload our data set and we get the model, but we don't know what is actually happening behind the tool. The second is the expert centric, like it is very advanced, so not beginners cannot understand it. And the last is, so here comes our ML Playground's code. So it combining side-by-side visualization. So it will go like live modeling, like live training. So it will show you how the model accuracy drop or spike during the training part. So as a learner, he can understand what point the model got saturated. And also there is AI assistance in so that it can also get the explanation why it spiked mostly. Then is a proposed methodology. So methodology here is data ingestion. So very first part is we are open for the users to upload their any own data set. So it is not we are not restricting any user to like which by mentioning which column they should put. They can upload any data set with any columns or any rows. Then once the data ingestion is done, there is the general pre-processing steps done, like IQR method for outliers behavior, then min-max scaler for normalization and standardization for scaling down the variables data. Also, we are giving option for the user to choose classification or regression model. So if he chooses the classification part, there are 3 models used, and for the regression, there are 3 models used. So you can see all the 3 models simultaneously how they are training on the data set. So you can visually see which model is good for the particular data set. And also understand why that model is better based on the evaluation metrics. And concluding to the results and discussion, so we tested our framework using an educational dataset from Cardboard 360, which contains 480 records and 16 features. So during lab training, I observed that logistic regression remained highly stable, while KNN exhibited a steep learning curve as data increased. Also, accuracy plot initially favored one model or deeper analysis using F1 state. But confusion metric identified logistic regression as a superior model for balanced model. So as logistic regression was better for the binary output, and KNN was not able to classify as the KNN is specifically made for more than 2 clusters. So the logistic regression was meant to be the better transformer. And comparative analysis will show the relation between the variables features which are dependent on each other. So basically, if the data set is about placements of the exams, so study as versus previous grades are the highly connected features. Also, there is shared waterfall plots for local explanation to deconstruct individual predictions. So for AI scientist, he is not bothered about the visualization, but he will be more inclined towards the waterfall share analysis. That Lamar 3.1 model. Hello? Yes, ma'am. Okay, sorry. So our Lamar 3.1, which is a 3 billion parameter, 8 billion parameter model, which is from the Grok API. So basically, Grok API is a platform which provides the model APIs, so we can directly integrate the Grok API models, and the response time is very less due to low latency. So the request and response is immediate, so we can rely on that. So the user or learner does not have to wait for more time when he asks for any numerical explanations. And then coming to our conclusion and future work. So conclusion is we merges technical depth with simplicity. It promotes sophisticated intuitive understanding of algorithm solution. So for a user, he can, by visually seeing, he can understand which model is best for dataset. So if the dataset is of binary classes, he can use the logistic regression in future. Or if it's about clustering, so he can use KNN. If the data is very linear and numerical, he can go for linear regression. So like that. And for the AI scientist who works on command line, he can directly see the output in the command. So then there is no need of website or anything for him scientist. He can just directly see on the command. Coming to our future work, so future work is expand the library to include supervised learning like k-means and deep learning models like CNNs or RNNs. Implement robotic analysis for interactive feature changes. So basically, if during the training user wants to change the any feature, he can do the changes. For now, it's just like one click button. So if he starts, it will be completed till end. So at the end, he will get a result. So he can't interrupt between. So there will be robotic analysis. So in between also, he can change the parameters and rerun the model training. And next is the enable one-click deployment. So for now, we try deploying it on Docker and Kubernetes, but we are trying to make it the model deployable. So basically, if a user puts the data, he gets the good model, which is based on his data set. He can directly exploit that model, which will be like, he can directly use that model in any application in proper. Yes. So for like features, that's why we kept open. So while training part, we have trained on mostly numerical data as well as categorical data, then all the for labelings like one hot encoding as well as label encoding, then standardization of both normalization and standardization, scaling. So basically for features, we are not restricted to anything. He can put anything like irrelevant data set, which means there are no dependency between the features, or all dependent features which are like is a close heat map like correlation between them. So we are open to any data set, so we can upload anything. But our the backend is so generalized it can work on any type of data. So which makes easier for the user so that he has not to be thinking about what data set I should apply, which I should upload. So like 1 to 2 minute max, because once the uploading is done through React.js, so the uploading is done fast. Then it goes for the pre-processing, that also goes in Python, so it does the main time it takes for when it comes to the parameters of training. So in fact, we have kept epochs less for now.
Any questions from audience? Okay, time is.
Thank you, ma'am.
Not do anything. 1 minute. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pedretti Nanstad. My point is a basically based deep learning framework for early detection of bone cancer from X-ray images. Our main motive of our project is to find out the cancer, the bone cancer before it's this happens with the help of X-ray images. Abstract of our project goes like this. Recently, the bone cancer cases have been found very lot in young people and pediatric patients. So to find out these bone cancer in earlier stage and to find out prevent it from worsening is our main aim of our project. In this to make this project, we have used VGG algorithm, VGG aspects, which is visual geometry, is graph, which is a part of CNN. These have three layers. First starting layer, second layer, and middle layer. After is used to find out the outer layer of the post, middle layer is used to find the density, and outermost layer is used to find where the odd issues or massive issues are accumulated. For feature extraction, we have used canning, which takes the outer layer and the area where the most cancer cells are accumulated and which helps in prediction, identifying the patterns of these cancer cells attached to the bone. And this happens with the help of extra uploading. For our the project, we have taken the data set from NI, National Institute of Health, which consists of 2000 data sets. Out of that, 800 are bone cancer negative and remaining are positive. And with we have also developed a website to detect whether to find out whether there is bone cancer or not. And our results of project is like this. Our project is 96%. Precision is 1 and recall is 96, recall score is 98 and support is 28. No, sir. This is a fault. Okay.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Joy. Yeah. Express screen music is one. Yeah. Good evening to one and all present here. I'm Bhumika from Global Academy of Technology. Today I'll be presenting my research work titled Enhancing Lung Cancer Prediction by Hyperparameter Tuning and Using Invisible Methods. This work was also carried out along with my co-authors Anusha, Ashwini ma'am, Sukri ma'am, and Usha ma'am. Moving on to the abstract. Lung cancer is a life-threatening disease where early detection plays a crucial role in the treatment success. So nowadays, the detection of going to the hospital has been very costly. So we have proposed this model where it predicts without going to the hospital, without need of going to the hospital. You can have a prediction before going there, and for confirmation, then you go to the. This paper, the random forest achieved 90.36% accuracy, which was improved using hyperparametric readings to 91.56%. Then, to understand the background of this problem, let us look at the introduction. So, lung cancer contributes to approximately 12.4% of global cancer-related deaths. So, early stage detection is critical because treatment options become limited in advanced stages. So, with advancement in machine learning and computational power, predictive models can support the predictive models can support the early risk identification. So we have used the models, the single classifiers, KNN, linear regressions, decision tree, and also we have used the ensemble method like bagging and boosting methods, and also we have used the random forest method. And the main objective of this paper is we have used the live and sharp to give the transparency of the model and to produce the results of how each feature in the dataset contributes to this result. Moving on to literature review, we have done several literature reviews. In that, we can find that several researchers have applied the machine learning techniques for lung cancer prediction. So many studies are focused on single classifiers, while some of them have also implemented the ensemble learnings. However, the systematic comparison and integration of explainable AI techniques are limited. So from this, we came to know about the research gaps that exist. The research gaps that exist are many studies use small data sets, increase overfitting risk. There is a limit of standardized comparison across the models. Most works focus on the single classifiers rather than the hybrid ensemble methods. So hyperparameter tuning is often not systematically applied. Integration of explainable AI is also minimal. So our proposed work aims to address these gaps comprehensively. To achieve this, we have designed the following methodology. We use the lung cancer dataset consisting of 309 samples and 16 features related to symptoms and risk factors. The data underwent reprocessing, including the cleaning and encoding. Then the dataset was split into 70% of cleaning and 30% of testing. We implemented the single classifiers, bagging and boosting, and custom ensemble methods using Python. So hyperparameter tuning was performed using the grid search and randomized search. Finally, live and sharp were applied to interpret the model prediction. Now, discussing about the experimental result. The single classifiers, the logistic regression achieved the highest accuracy of 89.15%, whereas the random forest performed 90.36% of accuracy. After hyperparameter tuning, the random forest achieved the 91.56% of accuracy. So our proposed ensemble method achieved the highest accuracy of 92.77%. So the line sharp analysis revealed that allergy, alcohol consumption, and swallowing difficulty were the more influential features in determination of lung cancer. Moving to the comparative analysis, we have done the comparison between the single classifiers and the ensemble method. So the logistic regression performed best among the single classifiers, and the random forest achieved the highest accuracy among the ranking methods. So the boosted methods such as header boost and gradient boost showed the comparatively lower performance on this dataset. Effect of ensemble methods is like the custom ensemble methods significantly improved the accuracy to 92.77%, whereas hyperparameter tuning enhanced the random forest performance from 90.36 to 91.56%. The main objective of this paper was to include the AI improved transparency without reducing the accuracy. So the explainable AI methods like LAMP and Line and Sharp were included in this paper. So you can see the graph which shows the result of the paper. You can see the single classifiers like linear regression, KNN, decision tree, and SVM were incorporated in this paper, and you can see the accuracy, precision, and recall and effort score of each model. Then also we have included the bagging and boosting methods. In bagging method, we have included the random forest, and in boosting method, there is gradient boost, ADA boost, extreme boost, and CAT boost. Among all these, the random forest gave the best accuracy. Now this is about the ensemble methods which we incorporated, and we have combined all the single classifiers as one ensemble model, which gave 90% of accuracy, and we combined bagging and boosting the algorithms with
linear regression and KNN, which gave about 91% of accuracy. When the variant boosting methods were combined as an ensemble methods, we got 92% of accuracy. And this is the line graph of hyperparameter tuning, where you can see that the manual hyperparameter tuning produced around 89% of accuracy, whereas randomized search and grid search produced a 91% of accuracy. This hyperparameter tuning was applied to random forest, which increased the accuracy of the random forest model. Then moving to the conclusion and future work, this study demonstrates that ensemble learning and hyperparameter tuning significantly enhance the lung cancer prediction accuracy. So the random forest emerged as most effective individual classifying. The integration of explainable AI improved the interpretability and trustworthiness. So talking about future work, in future we plan to extend this work to the larger data set and incorporate the multimodal data such as medical image and clinical reports. So these are the references used in our study. And thank you for your attention. So not all the methods I have. But not all the models. I've only discussed about the models which gave the highest accuracy. But if I consider the other models which are used, like decision tree and KNN, they show significantly less, whereas KNN showed 75% of accuracy. So comparing with these models, yes, random forest outperformed all these models. Yeah, because the random forest is one of the ensemble methodology where it uses the
subjects. ఇదే కాల్ చేస్తారు రావట్లేదు ఇదే కాల్ చేస్తారు అసలు రావట్లేము అంత పిక్చర్ కాల్ చేస్తారు ఇది లేదు मेरे ब्रो कुछ मूवमेंट अच्छा है నడుస్తున్నా ఆల్రెడీ
As a professor and head of department of CSC and AIML at Gokaraju Lelavati Engineering College, Hyderabad, under Osmania University. Previously, she served as a professor in the Department of Computer Science at Gokaraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology since 2009. She obtained her PhD from NIT Tiruchirappalli in 2010 and has 23 years of teaching and research experience in ad hoc and sensor networks, network security, IoT networks, and AIML applications. She has published over 80 research papers, contributed 7 book chapters, and holds 1 Indian and 1 Australian patent. She is the editor of 3 Taylor and Francis books and a reviewer for many IEEE, Springer, and elsewhere journals. She has completed several AICTE and UGC funded projects and received multiple awards including Young Woman Scientist Award, 100 Best Professor Award, Women Excellence Award, Highly Cited Paper Award. Moreover, she received the Best Researcher Award for the last 5 consecutive years. 2 research scholars completed PhD under her supervision. She is a senior member of IEEE, IETE, CSI, and IAM and serves on advisory and technical committees of international conferences. She is the convener of ICWNUCA Springer Proceedings with an H index of 19 and ITOM index of 27. She is the convener and editor of the international conference ICWSNUCA series. We, the students of GLEC, wholeheartedly appreciate Dr. Padmalya Nayak Ma'am for her dedication to teaching, motivating us to develop high-quality projects, publishing research papers, and always standing with us for any type of help and support. Thank you, Ma'am. We are truly grateful for your guidance. I now invite Ma'am to give the closing remarks of this 2-day international conference.
Respected dignitaries, today's chief guest, Professor G. Ramamurthy sir, Professor Mahindra University, Hyderabad. Guest of honor, Professor Samrat L. Sagar. Registrar GLEC, Dr. KVS Raju sir. Principal GLEC, Dr. ASI Hanuman sir. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and my dear students and participants. Very good evening to all of you present here. It is a great honor and a privilege to stand before you at the valedictory session of the International Conference on Wireless Sensor Networks, Ubiquitous Computing and Applications 2026. Greetings from Gokaraju Lelavati Engineering College and ICWSNUCA 2026 team to all of you. On behalf of the organizing chair and GLEC, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and thanks to all the participants of 3rd International Conference on Wireless Sensor Networks, Ubiquitous Computing and Applications during 21st February 2026 held at Gokaraju Lelavati Engineering College, Hyderabad, India. As we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of inquiry and collaboration that defined ICWSNUCA 2026, the challenges and editorial world impact. I will take the opportunity to summarize the 3-day event of ICWSNUCA 2026. We had conducted a pre-conference talk on 19th February 2026. The keynote sessions were delivered by Professor Gaganpreet Kaur from Thabor University and by Dr. Kranti Kumar from Symbiosis Institute of Technology, Hyderabad, based on the theme of quantum security. The inaugural function of ICWSNUCA 2026 commenced yesterday with the welcome address by the convener of this conference and lighting the lamp of the dignitaries, followed by the presidential address by Dr. Chandana Murthy, Director of GLIT, the chief guest. Dr. Krishnaya from the Osmania University delivered the inaugural speech, asserting the importance of such conferences and scope of the conference. He motivated the participant with his inspiring speech, followed by the inaugural speech by Professor Sachidananda Deori of Fakirmohan University, Palesore, Odisha, released the conference proceedings. And the guest of honor, Professor Mohammad Abdul Mirza of Hong Kong Polytechnic University, delivered his precious words. Dr. CSI Hanuman, Principal of Gokaraju Lilavati Engineering College, was felicited with their valuable words and thoughts. We had three keynote on 20th February 26 by Professor Abdul Mirza from Polytechnic University, Hong Kong, Professor Songba Cho from South Korea, and Professor Deuri from Fakirmohan University, who delivered the keynote based on the theme of the conference. Today, Professor Udgada from the University of Hyderabad and Professor Ramurthy from Mahindra University delivered the keynote on IoT networks and wireless sensor networks. It has been our pleasure to host all the participants of the conference at the GLEC, Hyderabad. There were 250 delegates and 6 invited speakers from abroad as well as from India who participated in this international conference. All the participants were very enthusiastic. As I had mentioned in the inaugural session, we had 200 plus submissions and only 42 papers were accepted. On day 1, we had 3 parallel sessions for paper presentation and 2 parallel sessions on day 2. I hope everyone will return home safely with sweet memories of this two-day event. We could execute the conference successfully with the support of the management, organizing committee, contributors, volunteers, participants, and sponsors. I am thankful to all the participants for coming all the way to GLEC to attend the conference. We have been very fortunate to have some of the eminent professionals from academia, R&D, and industry in the area of wireless sensor networks, network security, AI/ML, etc. I am sure that the participants must have benefited by attending this conference. I am very much thankful to all the sponsors of this conference. I am sure that the ICWSNUCA 2026 will continue to get generous support from various organizations in the future also. I am thankful to the Speaker Steering Committee members for giving us the opportunity to conduct ICWSNUCA 2026 at GLEC Hyderabad. I am very grateful to our chief guest, Professor Mohammad Abdul Mirza, for attending the valedictory function despite his busy schedule. My heartfelt thanks to Professor Sachidananda Deori for taking the initiative to bring the proceedings of ICWSNUCA 2026 with the Springer SIST series. I sincerely thank the members of the advisory committee for their valuable suggestions. I sincerely thank our chief guest, Dr. G. Ramamurthy, and the guest of honor, that is Professor Sawat, for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the valedictory function. I also want to thank our principal, Dr. CSI Hanuman, Gokaraju Lilavati Engineering College, for taking the effort to make this international conference possible and for promoting students and faculty participation. Give a big hand for him. I am also grateful to GLEC and GRIT management for providing us with all possible logistical support towards organizing this event. I thank all keynote speakers and the delegates for their enthusiastic participation in this conference. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers and technical committee members for providing their valuable comments in time and helping towards the improvement of the quality of papers presented in this conference. I acknowledge the unwavering support from the faculty and staff members of all departments of our college, and my beloved students who have been working tirelessly for a couple of days. Give a big hand for them. My thanks also go to all the people who have given their precious time to organizing this conference. I once again thank everyone whose contribution has made this conference a great success. Once again, thank you everyone present here. Jai Hind. Now I announce the Best Paper Award. We have selected 2 papers for this Best Paper Award. First one goes to paper ID 174, title Smart Construction Safety Platform Integrating AI and IoT for Proactive Hazard Management. Authors Mohammad Akil Mirza and Seshin E. Lai. Thank you, sir. I welcome, sir. That is our request. Thank you, Professor Akil Mirza. Our second Best Paper Award goes to paper ID 20, title Continual Learning Enhanced Plan Framework for Robust Temperature Forecasting. Authors Tapaswini Panigrahi and Monalisa Jain. I will request the author to come to the dais and take the Best Paper. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Your dedication in organizing the entire conference was truly extraordinary. I'm honored to introduce the guiding force of GLEC, Dr. A. Sai Hanuman sir, the founder principal and head of institution at Gokaraju Lilavati Engineering College since its establishment in 2021. A distinguished professor of computer engineering, distinguished professor in computer science and engineering, he possesses 5 years of valuable industry experience and has rendered 25 years of committed service to Gokaraju Rangaraju Educational Society, where he rendered a dean of academics, dean of examinations, head of department, and held various managerial roles. Dr. A. Sai Hanuman sir holds a PhD in data mining and an MTech in computer science and engineering. Actively involved in research, he has published over 50 research papers, including articles in Text by Scopus, SCI, and Web of Science. Authored 3 textbooks, secured 4 patents, completed 3 funded projects, and continues to guide research scholars at JNTUH, KL, SR universities, and other esteemed institutions. Sir, we request you to share your valuable insights with us.
Good evening, all of you. So, dignitaries, Dr. KVS Rangaru, Registrar of GLEC, Professor Ramurthy sir, today's chief guest, Professor Samrat sir from HCU, Dr. Padma Naik Mai, then Ati Mirza sir, Sahu sir, Manoj Patra, and all HODs and deans of GLEC, and the person from FM radio of GLEC, and my all staff members of GLEs and GRAT, delegates, session chairs, and my dear students. We are coming to the end of this international conference. And again, I'm excited. Second time in GLEC. Because we started in 2021, as mentioned, like a baby college. And after completing the first batch, recently we conducted the graduation day in the same hall, and our Vice Chancellor Boy also attended for that. So at that time, very excited because we started a one college, new college, and after completion of 4 years, they got very good ranks, 100% graduated, and they got 90% placements in campus only. And then I got some good ranks in Usman University also. And when we are conducting the graduation day here, first time really excited, and again second time, because a conference it is an outcome for the quality of the institute. We are able to get the permission from the Springer. Last 7 to 8 months, our Padmalaya madam and team working very hard to release that souvenir. So selection of the papers, because Springer itself is a quality work. So only 42 papers are selected for this time. And yesterday they are mentioning we received 200 plus papers. And in that, as per the quality, we selected up to 42 with the help of editors of the Springer. And after that, again, conduction of the event for 2 days. It is another big challenge. And our team, especially entire team of the headed by Padmalaya ma'am for this conference as a convener, and then all the staff members and the student volunteers. So day and night they are working very hard. And yesterday and today, there is good outcome from that, because we are computer science people. If input is good and the process is good, output will be good. That itself is data mining. So finally we are coming to the end. From yesterday onwards, there are many keynote addresses. All great people came here, and today also when I'm listening there, repeatedly I thought of listening all the keynotes, but all interruptions in the middle because of this organization. But today also very good sessions, all the sessions which will be useful to all of us in future also, especially for the delegates here who are doing good research now actually. All these works will be useful. Nearly 20 years back, I attended 2 weeks workshop in NIT Warangal, then 1 week workshop in Hyderabad Central University. And at that time I got a lot of research inputs from that, which will be useful later for the any type of research work there. So that is the advantage of any conference there, and we are able to conduct it successfully. And then now more responsibility. When to conduct the next conference and how to conduct the next conference. Again, how to get the permission from the Springer. All these questions will arise. But whenever any question arises, there will be answer to that. Automatically, if there is a question, automatically there will be answer to that. I think Madam will announce later. And from the management, because always management is giving support, on behalf of the management of Gokaraju, Rangaraju Education Society, we are ready to conduct the next conference, ma'am. Can I announce or you want to announce? So our plan is to conduct the next conference 19th and 20th of February 2027. Are you ready? So, starting from the convener, then the organizing committee members, then all student volunteers. Again, you should be ready to conduct the conference. That is the more responsibility, but at the same time, we need to improve the quality. So anyhow, Springer will take care of the papers and other thing. In our institute also, we need to improve the research work. Because definitely there are young researchers in the staff, no doubt about that. You also start working properly. Because whatever the work I do, because nowadays we speak about the outcome-based education, wherever we go. So there shall be outcome for anything. And finally, after, in the next week when we conduct the, what we call a success meet for this, they will ask the question, what are the outcomes of this conference? The organizing committee should be ready for that. So we should have outcomes with this. So this conference is even in my yesterday's speech in the inauguration, I spoke about many things. At the end, I spoke about that Hyderabad biryani also. It is there, no doubt in that. But outcome should be there for anything. We should have outcome for that. And first thing is, I am giving homework to the entire GLEC, students as well as the staff. Now, already you are working, but improve that, start working on the research and innovation, which is required for the students also. Again, I am repeating, whatever the studies there, BTech is not for coding or getting a job or placement here. There are many problems in the society. We need to solve the problems because future is ours. That's why always I speak more about the students. Whatever we are doing here, elders, is for the benefit of the youngers and the society only. Then only whatever they mentioned yesterday, Vishwa Bharat. When will we become Vishwa Bharat? If we have a proper outcomes for things. And now, actually, number I am not promising. For the next conference, we need to improve the publications from our college also. I cannot give the number now. I am not giving number, but good number, improve the research. Even students also do the quality papers, quality projects. You have mini project, major project 1, major project 2. So from that now, do a good publication. Always help be there from your teachers, because all the teachers are very good teachers here. They will do it. But again, I'm promising management also, definitely will improve the quality of research in the college with the responsibility taken from this conference. Okay, again, I'm congratulating all the delegates, paper presenters, and students. I know that you learned many things. Directly, sometimes there may not be outcome, direct outcome. There will be indirect outcome. We also participated in many events like this, conferences type of things related to studies in our childhood. Even yesterday, majors are also saying the same thing. I attended a few conferences in Hyderabad during my studies. They will be useful in the later time, because one of the program outcomes of your degree is lifelong learning. Lifelong learning may not be useful immediately after 4 years, that will be useful in the future also. And I observed that now our students or delegates now had a lot of discussions with the keynote speakers. Outside they're speaking with the keynote speakers and all the other delegates also. Definitely, because there are many people came from many places. Now she came from Orissa, and today one paper is from the presenters came from Bangalore, and all online projectors from other countries also. So this is totally, it is a global conference, and definitely I feel that now 2 days work is a useful work happened in this institute. And again, I'm congratulating the all 100 plus students who participated, registered for the conference and participated in them. So anyhow, again, I'm very thankful to the management for giving this opportunity to this institute, and thankful to the Springer for accepting this conference for the proceedings of the Springer, and for all the keynote speakers who came from various countries, various states, and various places, and interacting with all you people. We learned many things from you, sir, and good interaction with all of you, and we will maintain our relation in future also. And good luck for the next conference in February 2027. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your guidance and support keeps us going. It's an immense privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Samrat L. Sawat, sir. He is a senior professor at the University of Hyderabad, who serves as the head of CASIST and director of the R&D cell. He earned his PhD in electronic science from Berhampur University and has established himself as a distinguished academician and researcher in the fields of digital signal processing, cognitive reasoning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to distinguished person in the dais, faculty members of this college, the researchers, and the students. Again, a very good afternoon to all of you. First, let me congratulate Professor Padmanabhan Madam for organizing such a beautiful 2 days conference, international conference. With the wireless sensor network, pervasive computing, and its applications, right? The name tells a lot, right? It's a true combination of many emerging fields, I would say. Right? It's a network of many fields. Right? So when she was talking, it came to my mind that, the last 2 days you have seen many lectures, many presenters. So one thing is common is that is all about, the interdisciplinarity, right? She was stressing on that concept. That means nowadays the research happens or the discovery happens not in the silos with the discipline. It is better, it is mostly in the intersection of the disciplines. That's why we say that interdisciplinary is the future. So when you talk about computer science, don't restrict yourself only to your field. You should keep your mind open and you should learn what is happening in other fields and work together to solve a bigger problem. So that's why these kind of conferences are essential. And the more broad discipline it is, the better it is, right? Because many disciplined people will come together and they'll attack a bigger problem and solve it. So the purpose of conference is not that you present your paper and you go away. The actual purpose of the conference starts when you leave from this place. You came here with some ideas, you talked with your colleagues, you talked with new researchers, you made a network, go back, work together, come again and present it. So that's how the conferences are meant for. However, after Corona, the definition got changed a little. It has its own plus and minus, but normally the conference should be, the more physically you are in the conference mode, the better it solves the purpose. Because the main purpose is again network. Right. Then it comes to mind when you say network, you have to pair with somebody. Right. And the pair has a different meaning here. When you want to do research, you have to pair. The literal meaning of pain, what we say in our place, we debate on this is, when you want to do some research, it should have some purpose. Right? And the work should be aligned with either national interest or global interest. Because the government of India has many policies, many missions are there. So if your work is aligned to those missions, it is better for the country. Some may be directly aligned with the country's mission, India's mission. Some may be aligned with the SDG goals also. And if you think about the SDG goals, everything is covered there. But you should be a problem which is a purpose to solve. So I told about P, I told about A. The third I is impact. The work should have some impact. It should not be that my senior did and he got 93.8% accuracy and I am doing and 93.85% accuracy. That has no impact, right? So you redefine your problem and bring this thing into picture that it should have purpose to solve. It should have some alignment. It should have impact and do it respectfully. I mean, ethically. So if you combine all this P, A, I, R, then you are paid automatically, right? You know what you are doing, you know what to do, and you know if you do, who will be the beneficiary, right? The more strong the perception you have about this pay, better it is, right? And again, the collaboration is the main the main part of all these things is research problem, research solution. Because as I told you that it is not about only a single discipline which will solve a problem. It is an amalgam of multiple disciplines has to come together to solve a problem. Bigger problem. It is not only about 93.4 accuracy to 93.9 accuracy. If you want to solve a bigger problem, because India has a lot of problems now. And if you really use the power of AI to think and to solve about those problems, be it in agriculture, be it in healthcare, be it in education, many people has to come together. So collaboration is the heart of all research now. Earlier, in silos, people used to work in their lab. They say, oh, why should I care what Samud is doing? Why should I care what Padmana is doing? But now it is not like that. You should come together, work together, then only you can solve it with a problem. Right? That's how the country needs that. That is the need of the day. And the government's policies are also oriented towards this, right? If you want to go to the funding agency and say that I have this problem to solve, who are your team size? Two people, PA and co-pay. There's a very few chance, zero chance that you will get that project funded, right? But you have many institutions, multiple disciplines come together, define a problem and propose to solve that. There's a good chance that you will get problem in the current scenario as well as the government of India is concerned. Earlier the situation was different. So collaboration is the heart of the research now. It is not an option now. It is a part of the ecosystem. So this kind of confidence helps us to get network. This kind of confidence helps us to get collaborators, complementary expertise. All these things, this gives a solid platform. And again, congratulate Madam for organizing such a conference. It's not easy to organize conference right now. So thank you that you have taken such a burden and help bringing people together to think about solving a bigger problem. And the other last thing I would like to say is that whatever you do, there should be, many people are talking now because AI is there everywhere, ML is there, GitHub is there, what to do, everything is there, whatever you tell to the student, just go there, GitHub, and get the data set, get the problem, and solve it. Then they compare 2-3 models and they say, oh, I got this thing. But let me tell to the young students, or the young researchers, there are 4 or 5 kinds of problems we define at the top level. One is, problem is known. Solution is known. Not in that problem, but in that category solutions are. So it's just matchmaking. For this problem, this solution, this method you apply, you get the solution. Problems are, be it a classification problem, be it, there are different kinds of problems in the field. So for a defined problem, methods are known, you just matchmake it. That's one kind of work people do, right? Second is the problem is known, method is not known. How to solve that problem is not clear. So people spend a lot of time and solve that problem. Third is problem is not known. So you have to define the problem. Right? From the society, you have to define the problem. Then existing solutions are there, apply that and solve it. Fourth is problem is not defined. Right? Problem is there in the society, but it's not well defined. You have to look, observe that society, define the problem, and propose a better, good solution. So that, and the fifth is, everything is there, but product is not there. Implementation is not. Deployment is not there. So you know, every kind of problem has, they have different kinds of merit, right? And everybody knows that which kind of problem has high merit. And I just appeal to the researchers that you do something by which the society will get benefit out of it. Right? And don't get trapped into the number of papers. Don't get trapped into this method, that solution gives 98.3 and 98.8 kind of issues. If it is a purpose, it is aligned, it is an impact, then please do it. So with this, I'll stop talking because we are teachers, it will tell it will go on. At the end, again, I will congratulate the madam and the team for conducting such a nice conference and inviting me. I will block the date 19th and 20th February 2027, and we'll meet again here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. G. Ramamurthy, sir, the chief guest of this international conference. He received his PhD in computer engineering from Pearl University, West Lafayette, USA in 1989. He has worked as a member of technical staff at Belco, USA, and later served as an associate professor at IIIT Hyderabad. He is currently a professor in the Department of Computer Science at Mahindra University. He brings with him nearly 20 years of rich teaching and research experience in the field of computer engineering and advanced technologies. He has received many awards, including the Rashtriya Gaurav Award. I request sir to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, faculty members of Gokaraju, Lailavati Engineering College, Women's Engineering College, students, and participants of this international conference. Dr. Padmalaya Nayak took the initiative to start this conference sometime in 2018. And I was on the program committee of the conference. It so turns out that it requires considerable effort to plan such a conference, to organize the available resources, human resources and other non-tangible resources. It takes quite a good amount of perseverance to realize it. Then I heard from her that it was organized in 2021 also. And this is the third version. You see, in the title, you have wireless sensor networks, you have ubiquitous computing, and we have the applications. See, we are in a generation where technology kind of changes the way we live. We cooperate with one another, and we organize the society. So conferences of this nature highlight the research issues, and the keynote speakers and the experts lectures delivered will be very valuable to shape young minds, particularly in the conference. So, second important thing is Springer affiliation is generally not easy. And Springer giving the affiliation kind of speaks for the conference. You see, we are in the generation these days, you ask every parent, I want my son to do AI, ML, and data science. See, a lot of research is done on wireless sensor networks, both the static case and the mobile case. But to me, it appears that applying AI, to some extent, ML has been applied. There are quite a few papers in the conference. Artificial intelligence enabled sensors, artificial intelligence enabled cyber physical systems, and data science. You see, you collect huge amount of data, and you have to archive the data, you have to store the data. Sometimes there is data is of such volume, variety, and veracity that you can call it as a big data. Mining the data and to extract patterns out of the data. See, this year or last year, Nobel Prize was given to machine learning people like Huffield and Hinton. Maybe there is a third fellow only, Huffield and Hinton. You have to come to terms with the fact that this amount of computing power that is available, whether it is NVIDIA, whether it is multi-core architectures, or whether it is other computing servers available. You see, in one sense, we may be glorifying the humans. You are familiar with generative AI by like OpenAI, Google, and others. You must come to terms with the fact that human mind is a miraculous machine. It may not be so easy to emulate it, but these promises of generative AI has given opening for many, many possibilities. And I have given a talk on future of generative AI. I'm not going to repeat it. Relevant to the theme of the conference, in the next conference, we may see many papers where AI is going to influence both cyber physical systems as well as wireless sensor networks. The theme already has ubiquitous computing. So in some sense, Springer affiliation, my gut feeling, will be continued to the next version of this conference, the fourth one. I strongly suggest to Dr. Padmalaya Naik and the organizers, ask for Springer journal publication. Generally, Springer, it is not easy to, maybe not all the papers, but at least few selected papers getting published in Springer publications will be a value addition. I also suggest you approach Elsevier, you approach other quote-unquote recognized or well-known forums to kind of take either the next version. Some selected papers are going to appear in some special issues that will push the conference into the next level. Also, I thank Dr. Akil Mirza, who readily accepted our invitation to come over all the way from Hong Kong and to deliver expert lecture and maybe network with some of the people here. I also thank the management of Gokaraju Lailavati Engineering College as well as GRIET. Maybe by the time you come for the next version, this will be a deemed university. We all hope for that. Finally, I made a suggestion in this conference. I explicitly stated it. I had this idea at the back of my mind. Like you go to a conference, you get a scribbling pad, you are attending keynote lectures, the person is scrolling through these slides, you are trying to make some notes. Suppose somebody told you, not this for this conference, World Congress on Computational Intelligence, NIPS, or you name any top conference all over the world. Here is my suggestion. You give, it used to be CDs, but you are in the generation of USB drives. Relatively cheap USB drive. Hopefully, the keynote speakers agree that you are free to use my slides. Sometimes the capacity, the memory capacity of USB drive is so high, you may just say 4 GB, or maybe even less than that. You put all the PPTs on it, give it free to the participants. See, Dr. Sahat, he mentioned about several varieties of problem solving and problems. One thing, you must be self-confident. From Hyderabad, from India, we come up with an innovative idea that the rest of the world follows it. And me, in my talk, if you attended, Professor John McCarthy coined the word AI at a conference. And the word AI took over. So, inculcate the habit of coming up with innovative ideas with various aspects of society, various aspects of academics, various aspects of research, various aspects of development, and be confident that you can do it. You are not condemned because you are at a small college. You are not condemned. Sometimes the quality of solution speaks for itself. So, with these remarks, I kind of conclude we are all waiting for cultural program also.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking words. It's my honor to introduce the presiding officer, Dr. KVS Raju, sir, the Registrar of GLEC. He earned his PhD from JNTUH, focusing on leadership development in banking. With 35 years of diverse experience, he served at the Bank of Baroda in various roles, including Senior Manager of Information Technology at the Regional Office, where he computerized 15 branches. Sir has published 12 research papers and has contributed to 6 conference proceedings. Sir, we request you to share your valuable words.
Very good evening to all of you. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Garmala Ramurthy sir, and other distinguished guests on the dais. Esteemed delegates, faculty members, researchers, students, and my dear participants. Good evening to all. As we come to the close of this two-day international conference on wireless networks and ubiquitous computing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making this event intellectually vibrant and meaningful. For the past 2 days, you might have witnessed rich deliberations on emerging technologies. The keynote addresses inspired all of you. The technical sessions stimulated thoughtful discussions, and the exchange of ideas truly reflected the spirit of collaboration. Wireless networks today form the backbone of modern society. From smart cities and digital healthcare to Industry 4.0 and intelligent transport systems, connectivity has become the foundation of innovation. Ubiquitous computing ensures that intelligence is seamlessly embedded into our day-to-day life, making whatever systems we use smarter, faster, and more responsive. As we push technological boundaries, we must also be able to address the critical concerns like data privacy, network security, energy efficiency, not the least, the digital divide. It must be inclusive, ethical, and sustainable. Let's all ensure that research contributes not just to academic excellence, but also to societal transformation. I sincerely appreciate our organizing committee, Dr. Padmalaya Naik and Dr. CSI Hanuman, and the entire faculty of Gokaraju Engineering College and the student coordination committees for their meticulous planning and flawless execution. My thanks also go to the reviewers, session chairs, sponsors, and volunteers who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. To our international delegates like my good friend Dr. Mirja, your presence has strengthened the academic ties and enriched this platform. Most importantly, I commend our young researchers and students for their enthusiasm and innovative thinking reassures us that the future of wireless communication is bright. As we conclude, let this not be the end of our interaction, but the beginning of new collaboration. Maybe the professional networks formed here be strong and resilient. So with these words, I thank you all and I wish you all those participants who have come from far areas. I wish all of you a safe travel and continued success. Jai Telangana, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for those motivating words. As we come to the conclusion of this three-day international conference, we sincerely thank all the scholars and delegates for their valuable contributions. At this moment, we would like to invite feedback from our respected participants. Your thoughts and experiences mean a lot to us. May we request anyone who wishes to share their feedback to kindly come forward. Jai Jagannath. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, all the faculty members of GLEC Engineering College, and all the volunteers and my dear research scholar and student. I had the great privilege of participating in the 2 days international conference on wireless sensor network, ubiquitous computing and application 2026. It was a great platform to interact with researchers, academicians, industry experts from different countries. All the technical sessions, keynote talks, and paper presentation enhanced my knowledge and provided valuable insight into current research trends. And lastly, I can thank you all for the best arrangement, all the volunteers, and they are doing their work very well. And mostly, I want to thank you, Dr. Padmalaya ma'am, feeling me more comfortable in between 2 days, and Sai Bhagavan sir, and all the volunteers also feel me so more comfortable here. Thank you all. Thank you. Jai Jagannath. We are open for one more feedback. Anyone interested can please come forward.
Hi, good evening. So while this hall is not new to me, I've come here, conducted workshops for the students of GLEC, but definitely this forum is new to me. I've been working in corporates, in industry for almost 25 plus years. I've seen engineers. I've seen engineers the other side who develop software, because I've been into software development all of my life. But today, when I'm seeing and observing all the researchers, so I'm seeing another part of the engineers. And with that, the respect for all the professors, especially all the researchers, whether you are a professor or a student, has just doubled. So thank you, Hanuman sir, Padma madam, to invite me to this forum. And I think sir said to listen. I've been listening for all these 2 days and I've got great learnings. Thank you for making my 2 days memorable. Thank you.
We are open to, we are open to more feedback. Anybody interested, can please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, and also dignitaries of the dais, fellow participants, students, and faculty, volunteers, and everybody who was a part of this conference. So let me iterate. When I started my keynote address, I said, I have given several keynote addresses before in different countries. But usually it so happens when you are from a specific place, you don't value that place that much. But I think this was the first time I have an opportunity to give a keynote speech in Hyderabad. This is also my hometown. So, and I would like to thank Professor Padmalaya, Professor Ramamurthy for giving me an opportunity to give this keynote speech here. And also, like, I have a very wonderful audience and participants, which I have never seen in other conferences. Usually, the interaction sessions are very limited. People do not interact a lot, especially I'm talking about the student participants. But during these 2 days of my journey here, I noticed a lot of students interacted with me. That shows that how fast we are developing. When I was a student, I could still recall how fast this generation have actually changed. When I was a student, I could still recall that we were more focused on doing some simulations. So we have to do some programming. But later on, when I was doing my PhD, my professors were not interested about simulations. They said, can you do something about deployment? Don't write about localization programming. Put some sensors, as Professor Ramamurthy said, put some sensors in some field, maybe in a forest, and do some simulations. And after those 5 years, people are no more focused on simulations. It's not because we can do simulations, but the simulations are not very difficult to do. Deployment is not difficult to do, but now what is more challenging was, how do you make the things mobile? Put those sensors on the robots, on some moving vehicles, and then do some kind of operations. And then after 5 years, now when I'm in my professional life, in my university, we also make use of the sensors. Now we don't talk about simulations. We don't talk about deployment. We don't talk about the mobility of the sensors on robots, but we are doing the research on sensors interactions on the space in Moon. So you can actually go to the university website, like we have some of the contributions, like how do we do the interactions. So in this past 15 years, I'm trying to show you how fast the technology has changed. When you come for your master's or the PhD, we don't ask you to write a program because now you have the chat GPT, you just ask it to write something for you. Now the challenge is when you deploy a machine on the space, how you're going to communicate, receive the signals, how you're going to give the directions. So I would like to iterate that you have to broaden your horizon. And as Professor Ramamurthy said, jot down all the points. Definitely you will get a lot of ideas. And in these 2 days of conference, I learned a lot of things from different keynote speakers because my area of expertise is definitely different from the others' areas of expertise. And from different students, actually I learned from during the session chair, during listening to some of the online presentations, it actually sparked some of the ideas. And actually I have written down a lot of points on the paper and take the picture. I want to implement that because I never knew that I could also twist some of those algorithms and I can utilize it to get some extra efficiency. So I'm very grateful to Professor Padmalaya. Once again, I would like to thank to everybody for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to conclude, I will not take much of your time. Don't be shy to ask for the opportunities. If you want to go to some universities, speak to the professors, see what opportunities they have for you as an internship, as a visitor scientist. You will have plenty of opportunities, broaden your horizons. If you spread your wings, we will let you fly. So on this note, let me thank everybody, and I hope someday I will see you in Hong Kong or maybe some other place where you want to go. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
I thank everyone for their valuable insights. We request the dignitaries to kindly step forward for a group picture.
Process idea.
Thank you, dignitaries. We kindly request them to take their seats and join the audience in witnessing the wonderful performances by our very talented students of GLEC.
What is the position? Sir. సరిగ్గా చూసే చూసే సరిగ్గా ఆడియన్స్ కొంచెం ప్రిపేర్ అవుతాము.
I request everybody, please settle down so that we can start our cultural segment. I request everybody to kindly settle down so that we can start with our next segment. request everybody. As we celebrate the conclusion of this international academic gathering, we turn our attention to the cultural heritage of our nation, India. Our diversity and parampara has been an example to the whole world. It is a land where culture is cherished, art is revered, and a sacred expression of soul. And what better way to experience the spirit than through music and dance? We are delighted to begin this segment with a classical dance performance that celebrates traditions with artistic excellence. We warmly welcome Sahasra for the first performance of the day.
Valedictory. ഇവിടെ ചെയ്തേരടിച്ച് നോക്കണം
That was a graceful and stunning performance. Indian music is not merely a form of entertainment, it's a profound spiritual journey. To experience this, I now invite Karthik onto stage. Let's now immerse ourselves in the melody and experience the timeless beauty of Indian Carnatic music.
వందనము రఘునందన వందనము రఘునందన వందనము రఘునందన సేతు బంధన భక్త చందన రమ వందనము రఘునందన సేతు బంధన భక్త చందన రమ వందనము రఘునందన 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 వేగరా కరుణ సాగరా వేగరా కరుణ సాగరా శ్రీ త్యాగరాజ హృదయకర రామ వందనము రఘునందన వేగరా కరుణ సాగరా శ్రీ త్యాగరాజ హృదయకర రామ వందనము రఘునందన సేదు బంధన భక్త చందన రామ వందనము రఘునందన 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 నిజరి వారి గయరే రామ నిజరి వారి గయరే రామ మందహాస ముఖాంబుజ శౌరే నిజరి వారి గయరే రామ మందహాస ముఖాంబుజ శౌరే నిజరి వారి గయరే రామ కోసలపుర రఘునాయకని కోసలపుర రఘునాయకని గాసిమాన్ పుటకు పరాగా కోసలపుర రఘునాయకని గాసిమాన్ పుటకు పరాగా ఏరే రామ మందహాస ముఖాంబుజ శౌరే నిసరి వారిక ఏరే రామ కరుణతో నన్ను చూడవే మీరా కరుణతో నన్ను చూడవే మీరా ఇంత కనికర పెట్టుట మేల కరుణతో నన్ను చూడవే మీరా ఇంత కనికర పెట్టుట మేల కరుణాకర ఇటు రామ కరుణాకర ఇటు రామ మొరవిని కరుణింపవే మీరా కరుణాకర ఇటు రామ మొరవిని కరుణింపవే మీరా నిజరి వారి గయరే రామ మందహాస ముఖాంబుజ శౌరే నిజరి వారి గయరే రామ
Thank you, Karthik, for the melodious performance through rhythm and harmony. We are now about to witness an exceptionally refined and captivating musical instrument presentation by our talented students. That was truly a mesmerizing musical journey. We now invite the students of Raga Club for a classical group performance. Gणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि गणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमः गणपतिं महादेवसुतम् महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमः गणपतिम् मधुसूदन इह स्वागतं कृष्ण शरणागतं कृष्ण मधुरापुरि सदना मृदुवदना मधुसूदन इह स्वागतं कृष्ण कृष्ण पसानी मा पनी सा गा गा मरी सा सानी सा पनी मा प मारी सा सरी मा प प ग सा दनी प मा प ग मरी सा प मरी सा दनी प मा प ग मा प पसानी मा पनी सा गा गा मरी सा सानी सा पनी मा प मरी सरी सरी मा प नारायणते नमो नमो नारायणते नमो नमो भव नारद सन्नुत नमो नमो नारायणते नमो नमो भव नारद सन्नुत नमो नमो नारायणते नमो नमो आदिदेव सकलागमपूजित आदिदेव सकलागमपूजित यादव कुलमोहन रूपा आदिदेव सकलागमपूजित यादव कुलमोहन रूपा वेदोधर तिरुवेङ्कटनायक वेदोधर तिरुवेङ्कटनायक नादप्रियते नमो नमो नादप्रियते नमो नमो नारायणते नमो नमो भव नारद सन्नुत नमो नमो नारायणते नमो 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 Thank you. That was truly a melodious performance. It's time for the last performance of the day. India is often described as a land of unity in diversity. With 28 states, multiple languages, traditions, and art forms, our diversity is vast, yet our cultural spirit remains one. Dance in India is a vibrant expression of this unity. From classical forms like Bharatanatyam and Kathak to energetic folk traditions from every corner of the country. Each style narrates a unique story, yet all celebrate the same cultural essence. Let us now witness this unity come alive through the universal language of dance by our graceful dancers.
Bharat, where dance is the where dance is devotion and every movement becomes prayer. Let us journey through the timeless classical traditions of India, Kuchipudi, radiating vitality and expressiveness. Kuchipudi stage.
human history. India, we live now in right on and guides. Professor already for the sorted evidence. And I see that words encouragement, vision, and unwavering support. We need to stop I also privilege and academic